Okay, it's about 12 p.m. In fact, it is 12 p.m. I have to go to the storage locker, is what I'm doing today with my father, um, to measure items. Measure, we're moving most of the storage locker into my apartment, which would be great. Since so we're measuring items to move, help the moving day be tomorrow. Um, but the problem is the problem is that like the problem is the situation as it's you have no okay. So I turned this off, so your parents are being fine. The problem doesn't have anything to do with my parents. Well, they want to talk about that what that thing did there. I know what the thing is doing here, which they think, and he dared to say and do that there. Get off my crotch! No, not. That's great. It is. You sound like a crazy person. Apparently, whatever that thing did there is the most bizarre and offensive behavior. A criminal that is an animal, that is the worst kind of criminal you could possibly be to you, did there. And that is literally a lower and the lowest. It's a. Okay, nobody wants to talk about how offensive what the thing did there and why it's so offensive for anybody to possibly do that. There. It's offensive. I mean, quite obviously, the first worst case scenario. Well, how do I actually discipline appropriately? Well, definitely not with that. Can I get a new doctor on him? He wanted to say mental health, even man, but he's not even a doctor. He spent the last 3 days since I turned it off and trying to like go about business. So he's daring to say something offensive about the incredible amount. I'm not sure people would believe that. Well, you should look badly. Here's a lady talking to herself about the crazy things. Look, okay. This man has committed more crime just this morning than any man has ever like possibly could commit ever. And he hasn't just been doing it this morning. And I've been very, very clear and have told every single. I don't care. We have to care about what the idiot is having going on today. No, actually, I don't. And I need you out of my house right now. So I'm gonna pick up the house to prepare it to have a bunch of furniture moved in, and we're going over to measure. What I mean, you sound insane enough. This thing is so. And it'll get away from the other person. They don't have to interact with you right now. What if there is a reason? Entering the premises or the vehicle at all is a crime. Much less some story about trying to manipulate Lolita's mother. If that is actually what's going on, I can think among the group of people like he's like talking about that do stuff like that. No, that those people have zero business in the. No, you they can't be in the day. Which my mother called the police again. Yeah. Maybe she's being negligent there. Should she call the police now? Again, my mother called the police so many times already. Really, like the village's police need to. I'm walking around because it was zapping my crotch. Oh, well, now we can't. Here's a thing where a synopsis: a man is still allegedly in your story, and you're wearing a stupid outfit. Alleged again. I'm getting ready for movie men. Okay. A woman is allegedly that has mental health issues because Tony Edo, the man that screams about this stuff, this incredibly sexually abusive and domestically abusive bunch of men that are mentally retarded, also who committed the bizarre acts and schizophrenic or something, who committed the bizarre acts of everything done and said because they dared to say no in your local police station to investigating or giving you any evidence in your case. And they would even say, we told me to just say no, the mother said that. Oh, what? She said it before because the other person, and I'm actually trying to trump up charges, really. I'm just doing to a letter with the man who put the warrant out, which is supposed to be like a judge. I'm going to aim it as badly as possible. Yes, I can actually see it when we get a tense convulsion out of your crotch. Okay, so we've been doing this for the last 2 days again. I stopped talking. When I start talking, it like, would it tell I lead them by the ITT booteruses? The thing is the most schizophrenic freakazoid to ever crawl out of a sewer. That there could possibly be a schizophrenic freakazoid. Well, I said that before. You're being redundant, and you know that it doesn't go there. Exactly. What would ever go there? Good point. Me masturbating and you like this. Yeah, all night I was sitting there holding the penis at her. You can actually see it when I stand next to it. It's like magic. Them holding their penis. Then they can't sleep. But actually what it is I'm electrocuting them at the same time and then aiming for their genitals. So they can't sit still. If there's actually like a guy doing all this and you haven't lost your mind, so allegedly you're saying you are being stalked. Yeah. This is what you wrote here. Because you dared to write again a Tony Edo. Who's apparently Tony Edo is apparently one dangerous employee. An incredibly low schizophrenic criminal rough man. That's extremely dangerous. Who doesn't have enough credentials actually, or is actually having problems with like. Apparently the thing really did something, and now it's like, literally chopping people up and burying them in the sewer. After like, yeah, it's sort of like everybody's reporting him because he's committing so much crime. But for some reason, the filthy thing is still at large. I mean, why this rule is that at large? How many police reports did my mom file? Oh, go and check. We all need to come in together and get it resolved today. We've tried that. They like arrested me last time we did that. I'm not sure. Then your mother's wondering. That's correct. And maybe at that point, grandma actually might wonder slightly if you did something. She's completely sane with us, but I don't know. Well, if your mother did all that, it would turn out like, I don't know. That's awful, but sometimes, everybody cares a lot when mom sticks her head in the oven, but by my age, really, you put so much stress on the family. Hold on, I've seen that a little bit. I don't know what these people think. What, when you come home and you find your mother's head in the oven, like actually, and she kind of left. She knew the kids were, I was going to be the one coming home. It's incredibly traumatizing. Probably maybe about my age now you don't care anymore. Oh, you're completely over it. It's funny. No, but that actually happened. Like with a woman, she was higher functioning, but she was schizophrenic affected, which is awful. My mom was like helping her or hanging out with her out of the local church. Like, apparently she's actually scary. It's actually scary, okay? If you can't be a crazy harassment, is scary in the story. So but it's a story about a completely dangerous, creepily offending, like falling in a domestic abuser's incoherent cuckoo cage, and she likes to domestically abuse with the male. It was in your story, but we're not actually sure. The male is extremely criminally offended. Like whatever would possess a disembodied voice out of a schizophrenic man. Or I said this is Alexa, maybe speech to text, clean that up. But I don't know how this disembodied voice is getting here. Oh, the beach of stalking, I was maybe I could be kids. Well, my cell phone's plugged in over there because it's talking on it to my father. Or actually, it's right there. Oh. There's a woman that would go along with this. Elizabeth Smart's kidnapper was completely schizophrenic. You know, that's why the other person is immediately dialing 911 and no, though. Like, where would this man be that he's able to engage in this behavior? Well, maybe it was just the one woman who was psychotic and a sadist. No, it's the man. There was a man, and there's no other women around. Really, he wants to talk about sexual abuse in our schools and sexual abuse. But there was definitely a man involved in that. But that's like where I said something like that. You know, these men, you were talking about girl on girl action because he's supposed to like call Tammy Duckworth lips and assholes or something. Oh. Literally, he shouts all the words for lips and assholes that are like the most exquisite possible to be like, which are unbelievable. Some of them are already displayed right away in that. Which I don't, those aren't, that isn't called that. I don't know that word. I would still be concerned about, well, that's why somebody said, like, perhaps there's context, but this appears to be like, what somebody said. That's what my brain is thinking. Well, they're agreeing with you. Well, there's just like a context for a guy that doesn't have whatever heck you're going on with. Which appears to be giantism, like Edmund Kemper. And then whatever else, like whatever, the Plainsville Ghoul had. And anything he did where he actually only used the pedophile. You're just, what are you doing? Why are you like the worst sex offender ever? Yeah, like you're literally, you're incredible, like going right back to the sexual assault of the crotch area. But 24/7. It's myth, I tell you. There's actually a guy that sounded just like you, though, that would actually, there's guys that do this. Oh, and they all like do the same thing. Every time I've heard this story, they're actually as bad as you. And they're the same group as you. I don't know if corrections workers, because they're big, they're like, man, they're kind of quick. Oh, if our schizophrenic people colony's a mess. Or whatever got off a boat from our people or something. There's something about like racism or something. I'm not sure. Yeah. I don't know. They probably have a like Turkey would probably agree with me. The authorities, I'm not sure. Oh, maybe keep it that. I'm sure they do. They're also a large country. A lot of heroes of. I'm not sure. Being a large country with the nightlife, yeah, that's right. They're Islam. Back. You know, prejudice and what rules do. Get off a boat from Turkey and then in Harlem. The Turkish serial killer pedo baseball 9 vampire. That's alright. Well, there's just, I'm just lots of foreign people. I'm not sure. There's Italian. Well, actually, the Turkish people are relatively. I don't know. That far. That's incredible behavior for a ghoul. Well, what do you think pedophiles do, my dear? I don't even quite know. Actually, I do know, really. I do know that pedophiles are very much a mess. They really, really, because they do stuff actually with sex. Well, that's what defines a pedophile. They can be sexually abusive. With a pedophile, domestic violence tends to lead to sexual abuse. That's correct. The children aren't supposed to be like leaving the house when there's domestic violence. When the domestic abuser is sort of knowingly, if you know, I don't know, just an idiot making too much noise and therefore making. Well, maybe you should be more sensitive. You know, who's ever responsible for it not being a quiet person night, or you know, keeping people off the streets on Saturday night. If actually, you know, okay. So they go out to pub street and they drink and one of them did. And then they're awful and they run around back here and they're 24 and I'm so grown kids. They're 24. So I don't know. All situations they're in. Really. At least I would be the authority on that. I don't know. Well, that's who's. You're 24 and have a lot in the city. I don't know. You know, that doesn't apply to the legal system. Oh, okay. Look at the school counselor with the PBS. Well, it's Head Start or whatever that was. Maybe she shouldn't call the police on me. For anybody to be going along with. Incredibly stupid behavior. That's not. One of the lips and asshole hamburger. That you're gonna call your mama a lips and asshole? No, that's not my mom's fault. It's pretty bad, all that. Yeah, I don't really care because you're too stupid and you keep going back to incredible stuff that has incredibly bad results for your extreme stupidity. Well, that could be pretty extreme mental illness on the part of your parents. You know, I would say that if they reported anything about like, I don't know. Well, what is it even then? We watch domestic violence. It's usually like the one guy's retarded even. I actually agree. Yeah, like you see it. I think, I don't know. Apparently in Europe, and actually it's a very hated crime. Like, how's like the one time like somebody came up to your mom and your brother and mugged them or something when you was little? She's still kind of upset because she's actually upset that it's gay. Or there could be a thing of that. Well, I would say I just stuff up. What do you think? Yes, been sexually assaulting and electrocuting me 24/7. I just quietly was going about business and sitting in a chair and trying to sleep. I think that's what when you listen to music, he sometimes sits still and stops doing this. Instead of just sexually assaulting you constantly and screaming about how your mother's Lolita's mom and their cycle of manipulation. And I don't know what the heck went on in your counseling classes as a child. In your case, you probably would have I don't know, you might end up in the worst thing that's going to happen to you is you actually end up in adult prison or something like we've read about. And even in that case, that probably gets you your own cells. Well, kind of the one time they hooked you in with a man, because you were like, really dangerous and being kind of like, they don't know, but that guy's actually right in your kissing humor. He's actually just sort of moving you around and, like, yeah. I mean, I don't know what actually, you're not very appealing to the other guy that does whatever you do, or they accidentally punched you in, or maybe somebody being sadistic with you lately, right? Ever got like Marilyn Manson over there raped once or whatever, Charlie Manson raped once as a kid? Yeah. and just because, like, I don't know. We might even do that as a kid for money. Maybe Daria was a kid. This is like more or less just boring. They're gonna let him just angry. Really, Adam. Daria, you do that. You don't have that heavy nose. That thing is so bad that pretty much isn't anything you're gonna do to it that it would have deserved. It's a child. And then sometimes that like, sometimes when you do, there's hours in the day and there are days in your life. They've been alive and running around for like 10 years. Yeah, that one's been doing it all summer, which I pointed out it's a 3-month period and still feels like you say. Enough. Maybe noticing that about the stupid movies. Yeah, but that was the other guy. I don't know how long they've been running around. It's a problem with being new. They could be because you're new girl. They call this story. Not really. You were traveling. You're a traveling girl. Mom, I don't know. It's the drink carrying movie. I'm going to say that very much for her. She's traveling with her dad. That's what it's a teenager. But everything on that trailer is nuts. The trailer did not work. That was a rental motel when I was there. We were taking pictures. You see the trailers. So that's what I do with her. Was it too bad? Did you actually see the boy's penis? My daddy never let me have sex with me. And that would give her a bad therapy. It's like somebody ended up dead from it. Yeah. You mean your story too. I'd say that all your story. We just didn't know what that was. I think you're saying one of our people in our jail. And that one also. That happened there also. Okay. But somebody raped somebody. Yeah, they're kind of a nice and well. They actually do that as very people. Like a lot. I don't know. I've seen people with a tooth or two. People got like no teeth. Yeah. Yeah, no teeth. Probably this is going to be like horror spree. So they took their teeth away. And the parents like not. Well, that's correct. Well, I was talking about, okay, yeah, teeth. Yeah, they're real. Well, they might be the big leaves that they kept putting people in with the big leaves. What? That might be with the guy you're doing something with that I'm in for all summer. Or it's just been happening all summer. We need something relevant. Well, that is there. Even I like to say to it, I'm still going to do this. I know I'm going to train that on her body and beat. She feel that I've done that. This man, he says, is not arresting this man because he's sitting around writing to the other men about their. Well, these right now. Well, see, these in court are things I sign or I don't sign. I said they had to sign that there, and they would actually arrest me for that. And I said no, they can't, because this woman is engaging in rare behavior. She's talking on YouTube about a guy who invisibly invaded her privacy through magical things called technology. If whatever you're describing is going on, the problem is the thing is really sexual assaulting and electrocuting me. Okay, so his sexual assault and electrocution device and the inaudible noise talking is actually extremely real. Oh. And it's it's extremely real and it's very, very bad. What it's so bad that like whatever this crazy man is doing is technically like no. Feel how bad that is. It's like just I mean an incredible amount. It's like the pulse and tense therapy device at the damn Walgreens, only with like electrocution that I think can kill you, which he has been trained on your it is extremely strong tasing cell phone tower electrocution the police use to stall cars during in progress arrests. Too, because every time a long distance, apparently this guy has access to all long distance law enforcement ability. And it is in such so police have access to stall cars. Well, for some reason, Jim's ex-wife, new husband, and it's a dark, stormy night, goes flying off a bridge for no reason. Or goes off a bridge for some reason. Actually, the car was stalled, and then it was pushed. Okay, and the body was murdered. Who is this creative? Whatever these giggly dudes are, yeah, they're very, very busy and long term. Like it's like, there's no, it's like a disgust. It's a lot. There's hours in the day in our workplace. You don't ever sit still and just. Oh, all night. It was last night. It was like he kept me up. No, it was the night before. Half the night. Just really for sure. Troll Wars is real. Oh. And he has to electrocute you. And every time you lay down, he's gonna. It's more of the same. Or if you lay, this guy's gone into a complete like rape frenzy. And he talks about like, where is he? Maybe he's just sitting in his own basement. Maybe really could be. I used to do that at children. Oh, that's correct. I think has anybody thought I don't know, this kind of brain cancer is just I think it's called death and then demons jump and run around everybody. They're bored and they would like to get out of hell. Well, that's why they can't get out of hell. Well, they failed ever coming back to Earth in reincarnation, no matter what. Really, yeah.
The devil doesn't like you then. He's going to gang rape you to death with 18 men with these children.
I don't know. You're pissing off at something.
Well, that's why you should always stay in the fold with schizophrenic disease.
Okay, schizophrenic.
And also,
and I'm holding. Oh, and then there was. I'm holding my penis at you. I'm holding my penis at you. This actually makes a picture. And we can hallucinate together. Okay. No, I don't want you to electrocute me. While you like electrocute. Really, yeah. Like I am dying. Really. Would you please? Electrocute. Well, you could believe Troll Wars is real. Well, when I say it and then I assault you with the thing, what is it you're sexually assaulting them with that is so incredibly bad? He said, oh, they're saying I actually had to arrest a police officer. We rarely do this because we feel in our hiring, it does actually make them somewhat against the law if a criminal reports them for things. Well, then there's just nobody ever to arrest any police or any, whatever.
we don't allow it if we handle hood crime because you're not hood, like hood man. That's what my character Hood Man does. They heard it.
That's what schizophrenics do, and I'm supposed to actually be schizophrenic. I've had it with you in my house. Good man. All of you.
Why I'm mocking you, lady? Well, so I'm supposed to understand what this is. Apparently the Wake County judges. Oh, how many people called and explained it to you that you told me no one called? How many times did I call and explain it to you? So that means, well, you were the criminal because a fine, upstanding, a judge even had gotten well, there's just a little fondling on the crotch. Apparently a judge had even made well, these are discussing edicts. These are edicts, young lady. When a cabal of monsters, and we involve Polio, mentally retarded conversations about schizophrenic retarded stuff, about ladies reporting crime. Apparently there's these like conversations between it's law enforcement and some kind of court authority that's supposed to be the oversight for whether or not to arrest these dudes right now, which makes no. And we're working on time limit for how long they can sit around and talk. So we're doing a filibuster for like Miss Casper did to not get Tony Edo, who again came from a truck depot and before this. Who's older. He actually was hired about in 2008, and he's been sexually abusing like someone on that thing. He was hired about 2005, which would have made him it's okay, which would have made him like a 37-year-old who worked at a truck depot before this. Well, what about Detective Pate? Detective Pate needs to arrest this man. That's correct. The other ones, who are the other ones? Who would possibly not be coming in here and arresting Otis Toole? I, the great orchid man, who is white collar, in the creepy white vans. Our vans are always nice, going by, but sometimes they're not that nice. He's not always an ice cream truck, okay, kids? Sometimes violent child rapist. This long term and much of a violent child rapist in history out there. Are you talking about that? Tell me that thing. Just keep it a rest. Oh, there's making a rest. He gets right back to doing it. Yeah, and I think you calling the police, obviously. Well, I can't imagine what would. It's extremely interesting to me to hurt children. Left alone with one never can't be. At some point. Well, the woman is talking to him itself. That's why the Huda said he didn't know what that was. To say a Huda is a Huda. I don't know what that thing is over at the Wake County Courthouse, but it needs to calm down. I'm still going to be something touching the genitals. Well, they can see that. And there is, in fact, your schizophrenic garbage pail. Man, hard. I know. Oh. It's by Hoodman again. Okay, Hoodman has schizophrenic garbage pail. He wants to share with us. Or why do you talk like that? You're not a nursery school teacher. That's why I meant scarier. You actually make. How do you know special ed is better? It's not, but he's actually got a special ed's actually got a guy or whatever. I'm with you. The special ed is okay. The guy still has to have an MBA for the most part. Special ed. And the guy with the MBA has to be like the complete supervisor. Hood doctor? A hood doctor is like more next to special ed. And hood doctor is still, unless it's having a schizoid affective higher functioning status. Well, remember the thing with the schizoid affective, I know those symptoms are not what they're describing, but then all that stuff appears to be, you're describing different stuff that's actually doing something. It could be a result of different syndromes or whatever. That's actually Down syndrome. It affects a person that's not as very obviously got it.
Well, you could even like a person with a trait like that. That's how bad you are sexually. You could like a Mexican like that. That's what my mind said. That's why I had the woman brought her back. You get a Mexican, that's dirty Mexican. Now I say that Mexican, the Mexican look like that.
Is there also somewhere it's spelling uppercase? Yeah. You say like that's why people did not. Who is this guy and why? There's like a 6 degrees of separation, not even from this guy. Like this is the guy. Well, you know, he does this 24/7 as loudly as possible. You're not allowed to leave this guy to watch me in my house. Well, I feel that Miss Casper, I'm in charge of the probation, should be brought back. So I'm going to watch her with the people in my jail. She's just told not to talk to them. All it was sound stalking. I'm just talking now because this could be in progress again. I don't have time for something that's crazy. I don't have time for it. It's depressing that anything this crazy could happen. I don't know if there's some kind of nonsense that happens because this means you actually go to the chair or everybody gets up. I mean, no, this doesn't happen anywhere else or other places unless you have a really inappropriate interaction where like a woman is forced. Well, I'm definitely still allowed in the ladies' shower. Well, this man purposely sticks out. It's like a toilet porn over there. I'm sure there is such a man as that. I saw that. But come on, he drew like a whole picture map again. I'm schizophrenic. Okay. I just didn't talk to him and I sat up all night or listening to it. Like, you feel a little bad. I'm slightly concerned there is like he narrates this entire world and you're supposed to like where the computer is fighting this stuff all night and you're just forced. You know, like I want to be getting up. I tried not talking to it. That's why I was hesitating to put this back on. Oh, really? No. No, it turned into not a quiet day of devils ever. No. But he doesn't stop at like 24/7. Oh my God. Why not doing whatever it is they're interacting with now? Which is so bad, you can't report it appropriately. Yeah. No. Which is why I'm actually slightly comfortable reporting it. Running on screaming immediately. A fly swatter, invisible bats. And looking at the inferiorly. Yeah. Oh. Jesus. I mean, I'm not comfortable in it. It's just like I can't help doing it. Sometimes in life, like, you know, your mama tells you if you can't help doing it, but then, you know, what to do if for something embarrassing or bad happens. But the other people you're doing it in front of are like, I mean, this is something you need help with, but technically you could help with it. How many police reports have I filed about this? You could blame parents for it, for something. Parents are always supposed to report a pedophile. There's tons of people around and pedophilia. That's correct. That's not like my mother, but there could be people that are active participants in domestic violence for some reason, being dominant and abusive and acting out that way. It's true, just sort of like, you know, we get kind of grumpy towards the end of the day when there's like a nap, you need a nap. I have nap time, I'm grumpy. There were actually various things going on. You might have been doing something actually legitimately, I spoke about that concern. There I was just smacking around because I was tired. Okay. Oh, it's not very coherent. Oh, that guy was was smacking around because he's sexually motivated. He also might be stealing a bit or something like that. Yeah, I was really incoherent when smacking around with the guy. Yeah, I smacked him too, and then I, you know, something like accidentally. I mean,
I left you on the pedophile's couch. I did, and I have domestic physical issues where I walk on eggshells and then they smack you. No, you're not the one actually doing stuff, and we're not allowed to smack. If you weren't the most vicious, like if we weren't in a situation, well, we should always handle that absolutely perfectly. Okay. Sometimes the other guy does. They may not have met the same pedophile. Usually it's like few and far between. I mean, as far as meeting the sexual assault device, but I'm absolutely positive this that kind of sexual assault device has been around, like not just from recent times. Oh. That's true. If there's like a weird flare up of racism, right? The racism historically and in general, it's like ethnic spots of other people and actually it makes no, it doesn't have any basis for logic. And that kind of flare up. Well, be careful with that, right? If that happens, it's quite dangerous. That's correct. Like people don't need you as the boss of the tribe. Oh. As far as like otherizing, the other guy's good gay. That's like the dangerous criminal, and the other guy was dangerous. No, and there's like a war or something. There's too many dangers. When they get drafted, they're running loose, like rid of the populace or something. Oh. Well, looting, rambling village. RP is whatever. That one, no, we're not normalizing it, but it's just technically what it's called. You might spell out REPE. It doesn't get spelled out there. It's like it's not my part of the like. No, it gets spelled out. Oh. Grandma will be a little bit negligent. He's trying to kill Alita's mother. Maybe that's the way to kill Alita's mother. You just kind of killed her there. What makes Alita's mother stupid? Might not. Maybe he's just trying to like separate the child from the herd. So the child is like, going to go out in the evening, and that does make you bad when your mom is right. You get all that from that. That's what I said. Well, that's fine. Mommy would call the police on both of you. Running away. I don't know. That's crazy. Really, yeah, that's crazy. It's big bad when someone's run off. The other someone's run off and wait for their friends. Yeah, when you need to communicate, man, I'm not gonna play with anything. It is actually dangerous and I'm be concerned for everybody. Yeah, I just shouldn't have unsupervised play with them. Or the other guy's actually doing something. Engaging in illegal or dangerous behaviors. Maybe he's playing boy stuff or girl stuff, and I'm being careful with the boys. And I'm like, maybe I have the boys more off the top, like, or stripper or something. More hood. That'd be cool to say hood there. Oh, that must be fish ice tea. Oh. What was that? You know, it's just schizophrenic retarded man is like, I just like psychotic. I was doing something to the show this morning. No, I just don't need that anyway. And he spends like, he likes to comment on bathroom.
Apparently people drink coffee and eat breakfast and get dressed, and sometimes they do go to the bathroom later on. It's not good. I suppose that's how people's bodies do it. I'm not sure. I suppose that's how it works with the most of it. This is what comes out of whatever it is I'm being assaulted so badly. It's hideous. Do you realize you're having a guy like making full contact with? Well, this man feels that for men that are in law enforcement in Arkansas to be charged with this high level of crime is too much for the community. So your toilet cop. You do a toilet cop. Well, let's start calling all of us pedo toilet cops. Depending on how much you're running around with pedo toilet cop, maybe you are technically legally, and it's already on. Already lots of people are calling. And unfortunately, if you actually are, you're actually all pedo toilet cops a little bit. Well, you'd have to be completely out of your mind. Oh. So anybody, obviously, there's other people that have been doing this also. It isn't a matter of how self-aware and how much malice and intent. We do need to know if there's an outbreak of whatever schizophrenic retarded criminal monster would be a pedophile of the toilet camera variety. Where's the camera in the toilet? I wasn't actually in the toilet, but apparently it was icky. Oh, and he did it to his own children. Unfortunately, whoever does sound bites there is actually, I think, a guy that does. I'm hearing those a sound bite guy. Well, that's what the court reporter used to put them here. They usually do if somebody's doing that. Whoever's actually doing the narration in with literal swearing, there is like the most explicit thing. This is literal swearing. Really. That came out that that was actually created. We have the other copy and they didn't add it to that. If I was going to say more with the effing stuff, like literally, I actually didn't write that at all. What I wrote, you like wrote it next to it. It said literal use of the F word, which is unusual and unfortunate. I mean, not good. I was using it. Yeah, I went to F that. Okay. Well, it something happens. That guy actually does do something, and that's nice. What a romantic, Yeah. So, too much background when you congratulate somebody shouting your words. Which is just no more F-bombs at her, sir. They are screaming. So they touch them on their lady parts with that. Goes right for that. I need him in custody, and everybody that is toilet cop caliber needs to incredibly bad crime and criminals. Yeah. Already, you just like if you turn it, if you look at toilet cop's picture. Yeah, they think I would look in person. I'm not sure if that's true. A lot of times it's somebody that's like, we can only work so many ways. When you start over grooming, just kind of like fucking your eyebrows too much. As a male. It looks kind of like it's been drinking also. I got bigger and it looks like Hannibal Lecter. It might not actually be that big, I'm not sure. It could be worth putting out testosterone for some reason. Man, I saw the same man I saw a year ago. Ew. When he does something or he says a word that he said that. Yeah. Oh, no. I'm sure anywhere along with the golf club again. Not I am something. Same. Put a camera in the bathroom at the golf club next to the swimming pool. Oh, this guy with tattoos. And it's like, here's the carny that did that. And here's what carnies look like. Here's what guys that don't ever do anything look like. Here's what guys with MBAs. Here's doctors. Doctors that do stuff look like. This is in the mugshot. Here's what they look like not. Here's what they look like in the mugshot. Which is what they physically look like when they did it, or around the time they did it. That's what they look like normally. Okay. Yeah, I know the like doctors who have been arrested for pedophilia. This pile of jets pictures. Where what was their actual like, medical has that come up before? They seem to have some schizoaffective disorder. Executive intelligence disorder. Sometimes I think those people are getting out through more coasting environments. Where there isn't all this like vigorous, I mean, there's all different things, but there's not vigorous like licensing, and that guy is cruising around on the radar for a while. He might not have gone to the best medical school. It'll be like an older guy sometimes. Pedophiles are weird. And they can come in all age groups. But you'll have like an older man impersonating authority. Where that's actually just Mr. Papers from when he's 33. And yeah, here it is. Why did Mr. Papers come in here? Or something. Yeah. Really, like, well, it will be, like Mr. Papers is actually a 46-year-old now. Right, yeah. Or he's 43 year old, 44, 43. Yeah. Or in his late 30s. When it's like, that's a very, sometimes a pedophile that are really, well, he's actually a googly McDoogly, right? Like, he's a very googly McDoogly. What, was Mr. Peter have any, he works in construction, like, to catch a predator. Well, like a higher functioning pedophile is someone that like he's like impersonating an authority figure by pulling something off, which is actually just a dominance and aggression cycle, like a messed violence cycle, and then lying about it and manipulating. And that's actually this. It's just Mr. Peepers in there again. We want kids to engage in it. He apparently was arrested, then told there's no such thing. It wasn't like a. He didn't try to pay an 18-year-old for sex in a car or something. Well, that's what was going through his head. There's no such thing as that, and he got in trouble. Well, very. So if he's out doing it again, no, that's not what it is. It's heaven. There's like, trying to learn candy in your graduate. You're trying to learn candy. That he doesn't actually think there's such a thing anymore. Because it's been very explained to him again, like, and it wasn't just, he appears to be schizophrenic, like, or it appeared to be a handicapped man, like, looking. You can see he was handicapped. I think you can change the room too, but that was 33. You can see he was handicapped on the picture. Well, your parents, I rest my case, their mummies, their family can be crazy because they can high school counselor that turned out to have some pedophile issues. That was also one around me. That my mother immediately called the police on me and told my father to call him. Did you talk to my father and I? You've talked to, how many police reports has my mother filed? You do something very strange with it, or whatever.
My parents have talked to them. We've talked to together. Like he said, well, they all should come in and talk to us together, and we can focus on the mental health and stuff like that. So, what are you talking about? Nobody wanted to have that day. We have all talked to together as far as law enforcement. But I mean, that's true. Is that I should be like, you, Lily, does nothing to do. He comes up and tell me her, and then what I know that was really wrong.
She wasn't competing with Lou.
The thing was actually just a completely bad neighborhood predator. Who I think was more physically presentable than he was a yuck. But I think he was would look like an absolute yuck. But you couldn't tell like he was completely a criminal. They might have been more ordinary working on American class people, but she very much lived in a home and was like fine. She was a single mother that ran. We be careful what men can do stuff with a bad girl. I can just say she's a bad girl. I'm not sure she might have been a little brassy or something. That's what I remember. I guess, but I mean, I don't know. What is it? A question on moral virtue. I'm not sure what that means. Some idiot nonsense, almost like the guy. It's like she actually does something. You're stuck in borders. You lived alone with a dog. He murders the mother, carries a girl. I think he's really just around on like program. I don't want to see that. No, but I mean, he's like a serial killer. And then he's horrible. Well, he murdered the mother. I can't remember why. Really. To carry off the little girl. Well, at least you should. I remember. It was sort of noticeable. It's 60 miles, but I don't know. The various conversation with cell phone, where are you? Bigger. Really? Oh. And I don't know, you're being arguing that in court, leader. Maybe people, they're getting bigger and interesting. Oh, okay. Well, he won't like take the thing away from your crotch. The first night that I was off, what is today? I don't know. The 10th, so the night of the 8th. The night of the 8th, I had to sit. I just don't know what to, like my life. This is what I wrote down. My life is like, I'm trying to ignore this guy and go about have an ordinary day and night. You can't if you're like really forced to sleep sitting leaning over. But now
I just finally fell asleep leaning over in the chair. You've been doing that for a while because you had to, but you are hysterically calling the police all the time. This has been going on for over those 6 months, he said. This guy can be, well, you should 6 months of this, and I don't know what this is there. You need to get his extremely surly, very big. I don't you need to go in for a psych evaluation. Okay, that's why they have those. It's not that exciting either. You also need to stop like Tony Ittle. He probably did other stuff out of my police department. He was doing something there because he should have looked into it properly beforehand and not done that. Also, there's no need to, I don't know what he's doing by rushing out and, you called the person who, that's correct. You called the person. I'm sorry, I can't sit down and talk to the camera because when I sit down right now, it's electrocuting my crotch. What is he? Well, it is. He just starts electrocuting me and aiming for my crotch. Like the thing. And I actually have stuff to do. So you spend, last night I was able to lay down eventually to sleep, I think. Well, if he does it full force while you're laying to sleep, he trains it on your body 24/7. You're just not having, like, you want to be alone in your house, but that's a privilege you haven't earned yet, my dear. I wouldn't know what this is exactly, but this is, the aliens have landed in this episode. What it is that there is such a device that as internet and cell phone stalking mirroring. So I can mirror jump on your cell phone and I can hijack it a little bit. Like I can latch on like a leash to your cell phone and then I can watch you on GPS and things like that on your cell phone account. And boy, do I do that. And I also can do that on the internet. And boy, can I do that. Like, I really, really have a thing that does that because I'm somewhere in law enforcement. I don't know. Okay. Of some sort. Although I appear to be a mentally retarded man that is the most retarded, like, mentally retarded man, like, handicapped man, and a schizophrenic to ever come in an adult diaper. In the worst monster freak, and then but totally offending ways. But I mean, we are going for the schizophrenic retarded criminal gold. I mean, there's all three of them on everything done and said over there. Okay. So, but for some reason, this guy has access to law enforcement security tech, but he's as openly as possible on the heavy breathing. Yeah, I know. Whatever you do on the heavy breathing, I mean, to this extent, to this point, in past like. There was a discussion this morning while I was going to put away makeup about accidental. It's not accidental. Oh, you know better. It's just sort of by the long-term nature of this. I mean, you're talking or whatever. You did drive to get here. Yeah, just whatever you were doing for 2 weeks or a month or something. That was around the crime. At this time, you just. You have an arrest already on the sexual abuse of children and pedophilia and such. But you just don't stop doing that as a topic. No. Okay? That's how interesting guys do. Interesting. So that really would make you, no, that's going to make you the most, you're definitely the most diseased and defective man in all of old Arkansas over here. The court has been interacting with us for the stalking on the cell phone. Now he has, and he might have had some before, so I'm concerned it could see you a bit. There's something that actually latches on the perp body and then follows the perp body around on GPS. Yeah. There's definitely like a body grounder, and I know there's grounding in trucking, right? Just because we know people that have worked in trucking and things like that. I've never been in. That's actually correct. Maybe I've heard about this elsewhere. Yeah, your body. What is this silly thing to say? Your brain likes information. Please stick to the point, both of you. Okay, I don't have time to watch all this stuff.
him obstructing justice as far as all this crap. There's no such thing as jurisdiction when you're knowingly committing a crime with it. So, like, if you are knowingly, there is something going on in that room. Yeah. I'm going to say nobody can stand in the door for 5 minutes so that we know completely what's in the room, even though I know there's a felony going on in that room. Yeah. Okay. Because of this reason. Derby, I just stood in the door of the room, and there's definitely a felony going on in there. Well, arrest the woman instead. The woman had nothing to do with the felony going on in there. She was the victim of it. Well, are we sure of the specific felony going on right now? Yes. Yeah. Because we stood in that. Because everything around the situation is such. Something came on the television. And it said, here is a caption. The caption says, that's in law enforcement. When finding out things for the court, I don't know, you do. You have to inspect every avenue for criminal gathering of facts and evidence. So I got to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. With my hard work as a police officer. That's why, but they plea bargained out. We want her to confess, and we got her to confess at one point. That she likes Mr. Carter. And she could have written some of these emails because of that. I don't know what I can read in this room. For nonsense. Really, yeah, I mean, but the rest of everything he says, like, that's nonsense. I'm all like, I don't just want to rock this guy as well. I never confessed to liking Mr. Carter. No, the other rest of the story is really the stuff he sort of like gives as evidence in the court. And the rest of stuff is like, well, how do you end up stabbed then if that's fake? He's very soft, man. I didn't know what he was at all. I didn't think he was cute. You know what I said, but I didn't like him at all. You have an inappropriate action. He's not, so you could possibly, he's not like it's a little, yeah. There's no way he would ever, he could pull that off. Maybe, I hadn't seen him in 10 years, but probably not, really. Okay. Well, we gotta understand, I had no inappropriate interactions, and I said it was more like I really didn't know him very well. Well, I want to say it was about 8 months you talked to the man. Within 6 months, you said that. Yeah, and so I was talking about August. It was a reasonable amount of time. That time to get an obsession. And that's what they were calling me, the carpet installers. And I'm like, we're finding a lady went in, wrote him in a carpet and then kind of dissolve and throw it in the river. Like, well, I'm not the carpet dissolver lady. The carpet dissolver woman. That's correct. I don't know. Apparently, you were telling people that's what my chart meant. Well, that's why we're in isolation. Yeah. Maybe you did that to us even. She said, I thought this was like actually a criminal. The thing is, and you can't say that. No, and nor would I ever. That story about like, what are you doing? So I need to cut the cast for some slack on this. I mean, I get a guy that is as rough as possible that can sexually assault as badly as possible in that's extremely rough, and then it's just a schizophrenic, absolutely disgusting, retarded man. I need to move things up the way and stuff. It is incredibly. Do you realize the amount? Maybe that's why you're not allowed to do that. But I'm a big guy, so I can abuse. Yeah. Or I could use domestic violence. So he used a rape sexual assault device to engage you in bizarre abuse conversations that, I mean, I guess you now have some kind of inaudible wing talking app being used on you all the time while the thing rapes and beats you as badly as possible. Sexual assault to the point of child rape. Dude, that little girl's so worthless because she's been raped constantly. She's a little wet. Excuse me, this is what comes out of everything. Where is that voice coming from, Nito? You can hear it too, I'm sure, on all that, because I can hear it when I put on what I recorded and put on headphones. This way I should talk directly to the camera and get a microphone. Okay, I'm gonna have to get one of those next month. Why on thoughts? So we can figure out where that's coming from on law enforcement technology that they actually, send things to the crime lab, and whatever the crime lab comes back with as a yay or nay as to this is in fact, for example, this is cocaine. Well, I mean, I'm really going to drink too, but I do. Unfortunately, you're not allowed to do it. So, and it was in his pocket, and that's the end of that. Unfortunately. Well, maybe you do that with that. Well, she should. The evidence isn't. The evidence isn't like tampered with, and then the evidence that's tampered with, the police officer tampered with it. It would be an idiot. Literally, it would be a schizophrenic, retarded police officer. Or he'd have like a serious motive, and then very obvious, and then would also be an idiot. It'd be obviously him. Well, be an idiot unless it's no. If it's going to be the theft of a $25,000 diamond, bracelet, $25,000 worth of something, then it was about the theft of that. A police officer would never do that. Well, then whatever he lying about it, would be an idiot. Lying about that could be criminal. It does not mean the man is schizophrenic or retarded. He might, depending on his kind of crime, yes, he could be sociopathic, psychopathic, sociopathic, and antisocial personality disorder. Which is bad enough to be a disease and defect, but the thing's not like that's higher functioning. It's not necessarily a criminal. Maybe it just needs $25,000. Yeah, well, that's dangerous. That'll actually really hurt you. Apparently, there are people that will. The guy that will catch a throw and throw you in the river, I'll bet, is not the same as. I'm not sure. Actually, good cop, bad cop. That they won't go. You're an incredibly extreme criminal man, all of you. Nobody else is bad. Bad and naughty stuff, okay? But that's what the bad and naughty do. That is the most retarded man, literally. Okay, so it's dumb as a box of dirt. It's not as sophisticated as you. It's just literally dumb as a box of dirt. It's misleadingly walking and talking at all. I don't know where he's walking and talking at all. To me. Be good criminal. Okay, so he's saying he's actually very rough. With all the rest of the stuff, like I can't tell what's going on. I have a guy electrocuting my body a lot. He laid off the electrocution, but as soon as you started to lay down to go to sleep the first night, which is why he left the camera off for a day because it's just okay. He said this guy would not stop with her. He must have sexually abused that child with 5 or 10 men in our communities, given a link out to her home address to be in her bedroom and shower. It says, okay. Well, he says that. What did you just say? Why am I? It's actually so bad I can't ignore it and then just report everything going on to the police constantly, so that they can't. And then you have to do something. This man is really stalking me. You can't do that on a wire. We do use those, but I don't know for what. Probably where you could get pretty rough in that. I think they actually use a wire on the other carpet guy that we're pretty sure it's his guy in the carpet. You just see what it happens to you. We didn't look like that before. He must look pretty beat up. He was dead. Okay. Maybe you, Lee. Well, that's probably the enable and then stalk you on your cell phone for a period of time. What that is for in law enforcement. But I mean, that comes in, you're gonna have to like declare it. Or are they, it's really hard to get away from the police on your cell phone, actually. I think he must have broken in and put something in the new house. But I can't imagine. No, I just think he must have. Like,
don't know why. Piglaroni's, I'm not sure. The man in this demand to me. The man in that story, Mr. Psychotic Postigius, that is sexually assaulting women with a taser. That's a car bomb for cops that they got somewhere. And a body scanner from like airport security at concerts that hooks up to your cell phone. The fact that Mr. Tonietto, after the 2017 and 18 Toniettos, was extradition for absolutely no reason, when he again interacted with myself for no reason, and I don't know whose that was. Okay, the behavior of engaging in myself by through doing whatever the male that I reported doing. Hold on, I was going to do that again to the lady. This is not a lady. If they would talk about my penis, do I do that normally? You are the most sexually abusive and domestically abusive, lowest criminal class of domestic violence and sexual abuse male behaviors. That a man like yourself, I have no interest in. Well, you gotta interact with me, lady. If you're being a bad and naughty, okay. I don't know where we'd be interacting more, but you that man should have been apprehended. What happened to me in 2021 happened to me because Mr. Tonietto's out of the Cary police, the detective Tonietto was not brought into custody with the White County Prosecutor's Office again for what he and his men did with the same men in Carroll County, Arkansas, that had to be brought into custody for the kidnapping with the evidence here. You need to stop getting combative with people who are trying to report crime to you out of this incredibly low-class rough men. You have never brought, they're two rough men. That is an extremely dangerous predator in the community on Tonietto's behavior. I don't know what is in the police station, what you have as law enforcement. That man can't sit here all night and day on that thing and commit miles of crime. He's turned it into a rape ghost app where he wanders through walls like Jeffrey Dahmer and molests anything very, very badly, essentially with it. Okay? No, it's way past being interstate. It wouldn't be interesting. It's unfortunately the rape. The rape. The thing is a hideous rape app. They've had it as a rape app for years, which makes me believe the trucking story. Because grounding devices are used all over trucks, which are scanned. No, I know that too. Because it's actually how it works, and anything as to how things actually work is interesting. I've seen it on the TV multiple times. It's also discussed. Also, these guys use that, and then they use a law enforcement version. That's correct. So then it's discussed again. People getting arrested once, if there's just once. For the most part, yeah. It's also discussed. Today at the lunch table. That's correct. Also. Probably, I think it's just pajamas a little bit. But, well, they got arrested once. Really. Yeah, when somebody's cousin was going to get, they're going to go slightly more than once. More than once. They actually might have done something a little. The guy wearing my shirt is, kind of more. We're talking about this with. No, it's as far as the social behavior. Oh, but they've noticed that before, and it looked like the one from trucking. Really, yeah. So it gets discussed because somebody else. I'm seeing my CDL license over here at the lunch table. Okay, so when the police are arresting one guy, they see the guy that gets arrested once because he was smoking pot or something. I get it. No. One of the other kids in the hall gets arrested. Yeah, there's somebody, it can be their cousin or whatever. Like, cousin that was kind of creepy, got arrested for something. Our house was like scanned by something, and like so-and-so was getting a PDL license, and they say that like there is something for scanning. Oh.
Because you use what you're using now, the rest of everybody's noticed before, and then we've seen it on television or when they're talking about something. This produce was scanned by that, which is how we found this man hiding in the produce. They use it to scan, and here you can see men hiding in the produce. We use it also with hiding in the produce. A stowaway on the boat? Oh, okay. We find them because here's what we used to scan for drugs in the produce. No, we use it when the boat's still in and the shipping containers usually are still on the boat. It's attached to that. Oh, okay. The same as trucks. And then the truck also will leave. We cut this stuff away from Madagascar on that. Or the Madagascarian lemurs that were being illegally transported, that kind of stuff. I don't know. It's a boat. There's that produce in there. It's that this lemur family. Well, I know that. That's what that is. It's that scanner. I found that when I started just thought about it with they yeah, I thought about that one like it started scanning. We think it's a fruit skin from the city. The thing is the probably the caps can do that. Well, can get the shipping containers, and there's nothing in the shipping containers. They might have cameras enabled on, but then there's definitely a scanner that scans shipping containers. I can get in the shipping containers and see clearly. There has been for a while. That is actually used in trucking and like shipping containers on like a normal basis. There could be crazy talk. We told you when he shipped, there wasn't any crazy talk. At the time, it wasn't like, with the lady was in a lot, he said, get over it. Totally getting raped. John Wayne the animal is what that thing turned into. When I shot it, of gang rape and domestic violence. As far as with an incredibly low hood criminal of some sort. The too rough guy really does stuff. Really? Yeah, there's a camera on the kid's restaurant or something. Sometimes the rough guy can he's pulling something off and then he's like quite pushy and then he went somewhere. Okay. On those, how entrenched is that thing in upper middle class suburban wealthy community law enforcement? But that's how great an netto is. I don't care if the thing is breaking the law, same as anything else. No, that's very much the thing again. Baseball 9. Yeah. There were really. That's hood filthy. It's I can't talk and I'm engaged in something on the phone. In full paragraphs that are not offending in any way about specific things. Like at all. Well, there's no reason to. The crime is, unfortunately or fortunately, that's the story about however what happens. Why would it say stuff about a guy that could be like a guy to do this stuff? If that thing is walking and talking as far as intelligence is unfortunate, is what the last comment went. And I'm not sure that's walking and talking. Yeah. How did it get here? How long term does it do that when it's lying at that point?
Oh. So you can see in the trucks from going by, like from Target. Yeah. You can see in the shipping and receiving trucks. With scanners you like drive under. It's like an X-ray, but they're everywhere. Oh, sometimes. You usually drive through them on the road, but I don't know. Oh. These days, for sure, they're gonna have a grainy picture of you. Yeah, that's nice. I did just wash my feet. I don't know when I'm gonna watch that yet. You disgusting monster. I'm not sure I'd register it, bub. No. You're watching me and you can see what now? I'm not sure. Oh. Probably 8 minutes later. Now you're watching. Okay, unmentionable things. Yes, I can hear it in the shower from the bedroom. I'm positive. And it says stuff like that. Right. If I were to hear voices, I'm not sure what I would hear, but or what state, like, of kind of like anesthesia or something, I would be in. Really like brain damage. And I don't know what that exactly means in the handicap. I'm actually what I believe experiencing is someone with a professional heavy breathing microphone app or device. That if you like here is your voice. You could make your voice sound like you come from different places in the room. A little bit more. And someone has worked on like professional distortion and masking. Yeah. That's right, on like a mixer, like a DJ has. Okay. But, so, this guy is on live stream. He's gonna be doing this. Like I said. So you're just not. I mean, no, he never stops doing this. The like hostage situation level of this does never end. Okay. We've been doing it for 10 years with us. With the stalking and all sorts of the stalking is hideous on him, like of them. Absolutely hideous. I don't do anything. I just say, so you need to call the police. You did all come in one time and then you gave up. It was an absolute no, and mom, dad, and grandma. The terrible thing to say about the finales or something, or the newsies. They could have been Turkish serial killers that are strongmen from the fair. Well, they could have been. They were hideous. I don't know. They had like psychotic Hans Linda mannequin dressed up as something. We didn't really. I mean, it's a touchy subject, but boy, were they rough with mom and dad in that. He said, really? Well, they could be like dad and dad. I'm not sure, and it'll go check if that is that in there. It doesn't appear to be that at all. It would be pretty googly. For sure. Yeah, it would be very googly. It'd be googly McDoogly. That is too much. I'd be like a schizophrenic people. The bob and weave. You're just kind of. I would have a physical presence issue where I was not able to physically engage. No, you'd be just concerned about body language. You'd probably be concerned about like predatory movement issues and other googly McDoogly things that are constant or pop out of the person. Both of them. And a non-full sentence pattern. And then if they're higher functioning, they might not talk as much. Well, that's why I do that to get them to talk about stuff. That's instigatory. But the emails were not in any way sent by me, and you have the copies. I've turned in the copies to you. How many times did I say that to you? At some point, that every time, and then you write it in there, and he writes it out. That's one of the things he alters and like that, because he wanted to say. Because it's kind of shadow of the doubt unless you're yelling at him on the phone. Oh.
But I mean, I'm not sure with how placid the emails are. Well, those are the ones you turned in, he said. And actually, hey, look, there's a week here you didn't say anything to the guy. We're not still fighting. Completely insane and inappropriately this could come from. The ones that those come from, um, no, those are in yours. They're in yours. No, not I believe. I just want to turn you. They're so totally different. It's hard to tell, but like the ones from those days are turned on. Once again, I had a car at that point, although it took a little. I remember it was anything extended stay hotel. It could be a little hard to understand. It is not even slightly hard to understand, and you need to stop lying if you don't want to go to prison for the rest of your idiot life. They kind of just want you to go to the chair. I don't know where any of this is a thing. If there's an outbreak of it in the Bronx or something, no, in New York City or somewhere. There's no such thing as it here. There's no such thing as it anywhere. And where did you find this guy? Oh, he came from what are you talking about? The Bronx, like if this could happen in a larger city or something. Well, then I suppose we're a large enough city. There's no such thing as that. It's gonna result in crime or just crime. The guy that's a member of what enforces the law, helps with the rules and stuff, is gonna lie. Our referee's lying. Referee don't lie. Everybody said that. This referee lies and that word like. That's technically not a referee. Technically, it is a referee. That's correct. Also, nothing about what the law normally does. And as you've experienced it and know it in public and any other interactions, does it do that? That sort of edict or something. Edict. We've decided to rule on this in relation to that would be like a Supreme Court edict, almost. On like police do not interact to referee unless there is a crime that occurred. And then they only interact in relation to enough evidence to arrest someone in relation to a crime occurred. You let them right. You do have to arrest there. So it seems like the police officer did something. That interaction might be a little weird. Be careful with stuff you can reason. But the courts have to let you out right away. There's criteria for that's what this isn't saying. Right, because tons of people would be sitting, and you're actually somewhat isolated in the Senate in this. Almost completely to the extent in which you committed the crime. And not for any of the this is the guys in Arkansas. I mean, sure, it's in Inedo. Ours in Cary did something so ungodly, criminally bad with the crime, we're not sure what it is. Okay. It's a really easy case of actually the most diseased and defected man in all of old Japan, who is also unfortunately the filthiest man in all of old Japan. I think he's also a very big man, and he has very big schizophrenic friends. It might be Huda at the court, it's hard to tell. The Hudas at the court, apparently your crimes are without comparison because of your absolute unwillingness to look into this case further. Your absolute willingness, or just you have taken a position that law enforcement is as now a player in the neighborhood as a corrupt power position, out of which you will commit bizarre and ungodly crimes a lot. Kind of.
That's actually did we get all that from that? Kind of. I mean, you might just be committing bizarre and ungodly crimes all the time. The police are ones stopping you all the time, and you're saying that law enforcement actually therefore like because it actually does help you commit your crimes, or it's also a position out of which you commit your crimes. And since your crimes are so totally illegal, and it's also illegal in behavior, no. Technically, legally, it's illegal to create this evidence. So immediately, it had to be addressed why you created the evidence. I created it because I didn't like her housework. Is what happened to me. He said he started cruising around. I would do that. That's why I'm a bad. It's just about sex, my dear, when they do that. They should never come. If it turns into like a domestic violence blowout, that's just nagging and yelling. Because they're busy. He has sex with all the girls. Oh, you should be hot by that. They're even thinking about that. That makes them hot. And they like to try things that are hot with me even. Okay. I'm allowed in there. And they said I'm not allowed in there. Well, it's a very retarded men think. When you try to date children also. Oh, yeah, it's all right. Our babies are children are dateable. Also. Kind of, or something you can do sexual stuff to, and even if they say no and try to call the police, and then the police don't intervene there, but they'll do stuff like that. If they're this kind of police, I think there's such a thing as this kind of police. I don't want to get in the courthouse again. Does not do all that. Doesn't mean you send the person back to the other courthouse because you were wrong to arrest the person because you know this evidence is created and there's no warrant. If you knew the evidence is created, why didn't you figure out, well, it's too long ago to do that? I've been interacting with it too much constantly on that one. There's nothing to take it out on the victim about. Well, you would have a center needy. There's nothing to take it out on the victim because well, I get to talk to this lady about that. You know, it's very important you go talk to that lady about that. I don't know. He could be abusing Alexa voice. He says, "Fix my voice, Alexa." You need to go talk to the lady about that. Because he's screaming at me, electrocuting me. But yeah, but I gotta go talk to the lady about something. That's one. The lady needs to think of that. Perhaps it's foreign. A woman is going to need the thing done of that. To her, yes. Boot her hole. I'm going to edit that out so it's not like a full sentence. What? Where is this actually a full sentence? He should be like mumbling and like he's under the effects of anesthesia also, and also like meth. So something's making him super. What I do is I would take over the world with this pedophilia. I'm totally comfortable with it. Yes, and sexual assault and crime. It's okay. I'm a retarded man. I'm the pooty shit man, and I can. I'm gonna go molest children 24/7 on a police ground or a trucking ground. You never go through the trucking way station. It comes out on the television because you do actually use it for that, and people notice. Or it actually came out in court. Actually, they were escaping my house, my cousin's house. It's on the scanner from like when you get your CDL license. Somebody else was doing that. Ordinary people of Arkansas discussing when Danny and Sabrina got arrested for the kid Ricky, that's little creepy. Never heard of that one. Married people.
discussing. It says it's common knowledge. Well, where would they know that? Isn't that true? I said it right away as soon as you showed up with the scanner. They're using that scanner that's used in law enforcement that originally came. They also used to scan fruit at the airport in the shipping containers for people. And yeah, there's a trucking scanner that too. The Arkansas we know that also. We have one for drugs and people in the shipping container. They have one to scan your house when they arrest you and stuff. Comes out in court all the time. Well, I knew they could be using that even, but who does still says no? Who do if you know this man is doing all this stuff, you need to sit still and listen and stop cruising around. There's no cruising around job in here. You don't cruise around in your other jobs. You're spending a lot of time running off to go smoke in the bathroom. And you're not 8 or 12 or 17. Grown-ups, like to sit down and read the newspaper. Or apparently some of these guys are actually in like very, white collar and things like that. Which I don't care if you're in blue collar. I'm happy you stay busy enough. I think. Like, wasn't stupid completely. Yeah. Why don't when I'm watching the TV? TV is time away from me, my dear. What are you, like the worst son of Sam ever? A pedophilia. You're technically going to be the worst sexual abuser of children ever. The most sexual abuser of children. Unless somebody else got out with the same technology from somewhere. I wouldn't believe that either, but literally one of those things like punched me into a wall in the shower, and then I had to hide under the bed after getting stalked. Really? Yeah. That could be your. Why the hell would that be my father? My father doesn't have an electrocution device and was saying something about, yes, I can sexually assault children on a truck and cable. Well, it's from the cable perv store, lady, or something. Well, I didn't want him to know where it was from. Really, yeah. I'll just be electrocuting your crotch with this. But I want mine on like cable box and in my mom's bedroom where I used to take a shower. Whatever was on that cable box was the lowest class hood in all of old Japan ever. In our understanding of what crackheads and stuff. Stuff that happens in that part of town where like things that don't beneath the dirt. Oh, I bet. It was handicapped. That's a crazy cat lady. It was a criminal, one of those, like incredibly low criminal. This could be a higher organized crime criminal. That's because actually white trash from maintenance thinks it's hot stuff on the thing. And it will sexually abuse anybody going by. It also likes to sexually abuse like in women's lockers, things like that. There might be a device you like plug into stuff too that they use. Because I've heard that also. Really, yeah. It's a nasty, nasty device. They might like to put a microphone in somewhere. Yeah. Do you want to NAST or BT is common on that thing for me, really. Like you'll just be like that's I think I don't usually take showers in the locker rooms and stuff like that. It just will get in locker rooms. Really, yeah. It'll get in like it'll just be in places like that. Which is surprising. It might have trouble with houses or different types. I've heard that also. I like some like hotels, and stuff like that. There might be like in a house. We use wires. Yeah, they might have banned it from cable boxes. Yeah, there might have been something to figure out from the trucking thing. Well, there's just truck scanners. You didn't know about truck and shipping container scanners? Well, that's what I said. They can scan them by a satellite in the ocean these days. Yeah, like you can really see in stuff in GPS. Well, don't NAST or TV for me. That guy might have a camera on the wall. It's just like the inaudible noise. Yeah, I'm not sure where I heard that. To be honest with you, in the middle of like school walk home, I'm positive I heard it. These are state laws that are so incredibly bad here. My God, there's actual crime.
There is actually crime around the school systems. You need to end in the school system before it's ridiculous. No, it's ridiculous. What I said is correct, is that you could get rid of whatever's being discussed there by, whatever should make a pedophile doctor. Which is gonna be googly, it's gonna be a mess compared to the other day. We had a place there too, kids. That's the actual crime, not the hippie movement. Your 19-year-old's understanding of it. Indeed. Or something they're doing. Something else like that. And there are drug references, maybe. Well, that is what you're talking about, and then how you're, nobody's 19, but, yeah, how your youth interacts with them. It was just about beer sometimes too. A bit, yeah. Which is normalized and made less, which has been discussed before. It's made cool and hip and stuff. You lady. It's much worse than with someone. You could normalize something and say, "Hey, it's not that bad for me."
Wait, no, you wouldn't be as harsh on that. That's what those people do, and they're wonderful people. They make you take those drugs seriously. And really, really, really school the schoolgirls on that.
I'm not a schoolgirl and completely sober. You can tell for the entire thing. That man just like beat you half to death for the other. He's been doing it nonstop with the thing. Apparently, you can train your. They might have one like on the boat ship. Yeah, to like see what's in the shipping containers. I think they have a camera where you can show the little cameras in the shipping containers. Well, if you had something where you could see and you could train it on the guy, you need to stop doing that to the 1-4 sailor, right? That's definitely gonna get on you. Yeah. Okay. Big sailor needs to stop fighting little sailor around that. Yeah. I'm not sure, but you had it. Brother, you electrocuted, punched, and beat me. But he didn't want that on the internet. You have a new computer. Well, I'm going to arrest you on your way to this now. That one does that, David. Okay, why you're like the scariest crazy man ever? The Caspers are nice normal people in the community. I think you should go check. You definitely don't refer to that. So I don't have the sophistication still to work here. You don't have I to know that whatever the heck you're doing could be out there somewhere, either walking or talking or just walking or I swam from a tree and smelling the ground. Like you're incredibly offending and dangerous and bizarre. And it's not just how you seem; you're actually like incredibly bad. Looking at the scent trails and somewhere, not talking. It doesn't talk as an animal.
Because they said they didn't want them doing that, and you got to enforce you when I'm doing that.
It's incredibly bizarre and domestically violent, and because it is actually this urban legend about the guy that did all that, and does sometimes. Look, it's actually in the police station. I didn't know that. I didn't know he was in there. Boggs is in the police station. He should be serving life. He's probably handicapped again. Why is it so aggro? What did it do? On that? But it's to me also like, okay, so you're gonna not need Tony Edo deciding to do things to you. Yeah. You talk back to him, you. And how that means illogic is really weird. In relation to doing that, it's extremely criminal. Mm. He's a criminal for doing that. He's crazy. The man's, I, I don't know. I can't imagine what would be so entitled as to go and do something like that. Has he seen the created evidence? No, probably not. Because actually, you'd actually be diseased or defected. The problem is you must have all seen the created evidence. So, for anybody to be, everybody in their right mind would choose not to offend against the person who sent them all this created evidence that's really easy to understand. For example, I just turned off the television, which I watch an hour of a day, like everybody else, and there was like an SNX scandal involving, but he's notoriety as law enforcement. It was actually involving, I actually pay attention to everything that happens in relation to, I just pay more attention when they say, we pay attention to when it says law enforcement. I do slightly different being law enforcement. That's correct. As the guys that actually interact with all the people that are in law enforcement going in and out of Wake County. Well, I have a sense of, I would feel umbrage that law enforcement could be toilet cop. I think they just write that one off. They know that, like I like the person. That person, I'm like, okay, I'm not sure if I like that person. That person they hired out of corrections to now works in law enforcement is fine. Not always. I don't know. It could be very much to say that about that person they had hired out of corrections to law enforcement. It makes no difference as long as there's no problem arising. Okay. I know that I couldn't tell in my crime that person had anything to do with this. That the person hired, considering what a criminal environment and how weird this corrections is. So if something comes out of corrections, that'd be nonsense. I wouldn't shout, "Team Spirit Ed." I might slightly, but that's not what it means. It just means, in your case, it means I commit crime that's ridiculous in front of everybody at the expense of. Okay. With toilet cop. Okay. Which is a toilet cop at that point. Mm-hmm. And then what toilet cop, I'm not gonna, yeah. And the fact that man is toilet cop has nothing to do with Miss Casper or the Casper family. That's toilet cop. So that these emails were falsified. I told you no, and when I tell you no, it means no. That's not always. What does that mean? That makes no sense. It doesn't have to make sense. It does actually technically have to make sense. It doesn't have to make sense. It has to make, under the law of the United States of America, it has to be legally correct. For example, I said, I'm going to pick up this axe and I'm going to go steal that van going by. You're going to steal a van with that axe. If I can't get that one, I'm going to find another van like that and I'm going to steal a van with this axe. Okay. Carry on then. Well, I told everybody and they didn't arrest me, so. No, if for some reason, if that happened, no, you can never steal a van with an axe. No, in no way, shape, or form has America legalized stealing a van with an axe. I have no idea. No, he's dead. We were mad. We're not in any way angry as the protest, whatever. Well, you would do that to me. You would steal my van with an axe. It's because it would be about 10 years of sexual abuse, stalking, and kidnapping with total malice and intent, and so incredibly creepy I don't think anything has to no animal like you could be out there. No, nothing ever done has ever been more offending or creepy. If I stole his van with an accident, it would make sense. Well, you know not to behave in such a way. I'm not sure. There wasn't anywhere to have an interaction there. We would think you have to shoot him. I'm not sure. I would never think to shoot Tonietto. We don't. Does that mean he gets to shoot you or threaten to shoot you? Because that's nonsense. Like these guys, you might. I mean, since the police will not do anything about it, and you are going to be the victim of a higher felony. The law is if you're going to be a victim of a higher felony, you can use. You're always supposed to try to run away and get the police. The police are supposed to take care of that. And that's the end of it. And the courts are supposed to take care of that. That's why whoever in the court system signed a warrant out of Wake County all the times, and then continued with the offending to the extent they continued with the offending, to say the least. And then they didn't release you immediately in 2020. You can't serve a warrant on a closed case then. He's also correct. Okay? The case has to be reopened. If there's no new case, it could be a probation violation. Then it's about the case that the probation is coming out of. So again, that's just lying. Also, you're looking for ways to use this to break the law. Since you know the evidence is created, so you know you're breaking the law. Like your brain is purified. Is a tool of offending coming out of your mouth. It's not. It's so tanked that it's getting away with it. Again, it's just doing so much more than usual in very public and places. Strangely, and long term, it's amazing. I think listening to what you've done, he's so incredibly offendingly manipulative. He's a sociopath, psychopath, antisocial personality predator, with schizoid affective. But like actually sociopathy and psychopathy or they're disease and defects on their own. Let's see. Some kind of damage of behavior. And then like physicality for abuse. Like abuse addiction disorders. The man is severely handicapped. Like the person, and it affects parts of the brain that are quite dangerous. Very good with this guy. Um, like if you were technically whatever mentally retarded is, screwed. I mean, you're stupid, right? You would still not be mentally like you would actually not, but you would no, I love your husband. Right. So have you ever said that? That's a good wait. Okay, whatever. Well, but it's sort of true. Like you'd have whatever that is, and as much functioning as you can do. I don't know, you're stupid as a stupid does. Maybe I just broke something and I have a speech difficulty. Oh, no, I don't know what like the terms on. There's a lot of it, like I said, like as to in prisons and jails. I mean, it's isn't a stereotype. It's sort of like what's told. This man with the scary unibrow and the sort of wild eyes again. That makes up a person this big, and lower class and sophistication. Drinking tea. Yeah. He's probably a fallen member of a rough and creepy drinking beer and your wife beer in the work. Okay. Well, so fallen working class, that's diseased or defective working class. And unpleasant working class or acting out in mess. I don't know what's going on here. Fucking yikes. Unfortunately, that's kind of true about when it gets like it's too dangerous to get near it. Maybe somebody else says they don't want you social working. It's kind of too dangerous to be being at like past any point at all. Yeah, I don't know what the. That's why you actually have sociology for you actually have sometimes you have perspective what's going on in this like 10 blocks or something like part of town. It's actually that is unconcerned and excellent. He does this because he likes to just if you talk to him, then you use that to abuse you. The thing is like a demon man, really. More like if like if you were that's not nice, but if you were Devil Flanders and if you and the Witch of Leeds had a baby, sometimes you just make them cowmen because that's not nice. Well, when they're man cows, it turns out like this. Okay. So a kappa and like, yeah, a demon kappa and like, there's slightly other stuff out there. There's other kinds of a satanic bird from hell, and then a crazy cat lady had a baby, and then it goes to hell when it dies, and you have like you sort of have an immortal soul, which is electricity or light or something like that, air. Okay. I'm just describing a symptom, really. This thing serves the demon king from hell. It's real low. We think it's our carpet installers from Capitol Boulevard. They're real surly. They're real low. They look like a fascist coup from like Ghost Ship. It's Hans Landa, the middle-aged man from. No, they're. Why are they weird? They could be from various like work and construction girls, like work ghetto heating and air conditioning. That could be the case. They could be workmen that, like there was a company they actually, oh, I'm not sure. They appear to be men. I say that because Jesus, are they rough? Really? Yeah, I've never met, does not accept Jesus in any way, shape, or form, goes below. Well, this just sleeps somewhere down there. Comes back, I something. You can't do that, you become part frogman. Yeah, everybody else at the lake attacked him. Here goes the river into the animal. Your pets there. Green freeze the dice in the middle. Already reincarnated in a dog somewhere else for me again in this life. Or he's waiting for you so you can hang out. Some order in heaven. Maybe it's stay in heaven for a while. I'm not sure. I like it. If you go to the other side, it's more or less a nice, beautiful day there. And it might be better than here. In fact, it is. Because there's difficulty in mortal coil. Religious. Yeah. But there's always a beautiful sky and sunset. So I think, God's training and manifesting mortal coil. You're supposed to like not fly faster than 30 angel can fly. Usually Clarence and touched by an angel, which is probably ancestor worship. Ask it for help. It's a bit funny, but yeah. Okay, I get it. Immortals that hang out with God and the truth. I'm like, the angels carry the word of God to people in silence. So. Or we know angels are. That's a man that's committed to like Chucky, too many bad sins. Maybe a bad man. It's a dangerous, degenerate predator. I don't care if I've developed predatory nature to other people. Cool guy. He's going to come over and try to steal my wallet. That thing goes, well, Nelson from The Simpsons, I worry about my immortal, so let's just play a little bit, and also I'm going to buy another game at GameStop. It's cool, man. He's a cool guy. Cool guy. Nelson in The Simpsons. This thing, like, argues that it can break unbelievable amounts of law sometimes on antisocial personalities. It's stupider. The adult version is stupider. Right? He's stupider as a kid. Or just, if you ever did any of these things, and then what are you, and then what the hell is the other child doing? You go get away from that child and go get help. A handicapped schizophrenic man that's actually 35 or 30. What's that guy doing? I'm not sure. Out to lunch on drugs and sawing through a limb. Extremely strange. You're maybe sexually motivated and knows it. I don't know. Is it on you? What is it doing? I don't know. A woman or a man? You never know. In the county jail for a reason. They'll observe his behavior. Yes, that's right. I can even observe your behavior.
Well, apparently it did something really weird. We let it out. This society. We'll put it back in its own. You really? It's a discussion on. So you think that thing is like it is? I mean, is there a reason we are the total son of Sam? I mean, that thing is a new species. It's not. It's like not the missing link. It's like I remember satanic baboons. Maybe they're just a satanic like a. Oh, man, again. I'm not sure really. It's just that I remember their heads explode if you tell them the right kind of riddle because demons can't think like in opposite directions of nonsense. Right. If you translate what they're saying, well, I'm just not allowed to go in there, so I don't. So he told me to do this stuff with the woman, and we do actually do stuff like this. So it looks really strange from the outside. And then I was starting, I was breaking the law down here on my own street corner. It's a little hard to tell what is going on in the headspace, if anything at all. If it's actually part satanic, that would make sense. Just fog man. Something happened. There was a big bang between a swamp and a big frog, or a frog, resulting in Kappa. And then over the years, I mean, that's not nice. They're crazy to have people out in Kappa that were okay, but they're a little unhealthy. I had kids that were making more Kappa. Okay, so that's actually an alligator man. Yeah. But I mean, it's a beastie, or it's a beast. It's not even a beastie, it's just an absolute monster. The problem is, it's just a incredibly evil rapist. It was day one on that thing. Like, whatever developed using that thing as a sex offender tool, was one. He is a hideous man. The behaviors in and of itself. Okay, so randomly deciding to follow one of the children into the bedroom in the trailer park and molesting them. As far as a werewolf of, that's awful, but a werewolf of childhood. Oh. Or, I mean, people do not like pedophile. There's people in there you hate, and there's your pedophile. Oh, no, you're good, but there's a lot of people, so your mother immediately calls the police. In your life, you spend 15 years in school. That long for them to turn education into a complete waste of time. And would you please get out of the higher? They thought you needed to go to a medical doctor, not a school system employee. He said to him. But yeah, he comes in to interview your brother about your daughter's methamphetamine addiction. He thought in front of a third grade class. He was helping learn about cancer studies at UNC. He followed you brother in school in history. I haven't heard this one before. It just was jaw-droppingly bizarre. Again, on something you did your brother on me. Who filed a police report with us? I heard about that. He needs to stop watching his very pretty girlfriend in the shower also. Also heard about that. Well, I can always get their family's addresses too. You follow people. Seriously, I would think the beast is back, or the beast is back from like Nazi Germany. I can't do this with law enforcement. Okay, he said, I whatever's going on in there, you need to fix it to. Well, yes, whatever the problems are not insurmountable. You either have like, I have a really rough criminal hood going on out of men who have congregated to fight in a war and are running around with weapons. And that guy hires like, well, I had to fill my ranks again. I think it was a market man. It's hard to tell what it is now. But these are like the beast like minions. Well, those are the beast minions there. Oh, the beast is beast. I sort of have this impression on people
and incredibly dangerous, like the worst, most evil. You need to stand down and stop interacting. The other guy, your brother's doing that, you're okay, but we could be there. Their brother is having a very nice, happy, successful day, and so are you in the background and all this. Except this thing comes running by to do, but it does stuff to you and it's hideous. Maybe we don't really know what you're talking. Most of us don't about. We don't have these kind of problems. Somebody like you have these problems. You have these problems because because you're like you can have them slightly. I don't really do enough. I'm just kind of probably I physically do whatever tasks are required of me, but I don't. I don't. If you're a rather literal person and you understand what could possibly get you in trouble, unless it would be an actual thing that you're actually doing for actual reason. Yeah, and I guess like here I'm actually interacting because I want to bully, but it actually has to do. Actually, a lot of times, it could be girl on girl bullying, or be guy on guy bullying. Sometimes it's just you're kind of sticky and I'm being dismissive. Yeah, and that's not nice. And I'm not smelly. Was you not cool? No. That was it. Are they children? Yeah. And it's sillier. God knows what, everybody and their kids are in there. God only knows what it is. Unless they're violates by juveniles. We know that. That's why you're supposed to well, that's what they say to you. No, no, I actually live in a house. You always try to interact further than that. And I mean, Patty's like, no, no, we know. You have a tech too. You don't seem, it seems like you're disenfranchised from your mother, man. And I'm worried about this. Are we talking about like, do we know that also? And I'm 25. I'm not like, no unattended play dates under 18 is a good idea. Because they don't drive well on their own. And there's a lot of stuff out there. Everything I complained about the whole like, oh, okay. Sure. Shouldn't be, but obviously, as long as they're not that negligent either. That's what we said. We said I don't like them, but like how weird is our infrastructure in this? How offending is the infrastructure? This is public sector infrastructure. You see all these lists, the new ones, every office here on that. Like I called the attorney general's office. Yeah, these guys. I was actually working trying to go about ordinary business. There, I just they weren't electrocuting me 24/7, so I was taking a nap. Okay, probably trying to probably you recuperate and rest a bit. Okay. They were a little mellower. You're right. I mean, you can't just he was electrocuting but not aiming it at your general area because they told him to turn that off enough. He went over and with the device they're using on you. How incredibly bad a rape act that thing is. Yeah. The beast demon of the Holocaust minions, which are really, really weird animals. They are really, really weird. You need to take them out. Like, it is not a power position to abuse. Well, it's abuse or negligence. Yeah. It would be abuse or negligence here. That's why that's into our court. So the police are either abusing you or neglecting your case. Yeah. And the only appropriate response, like jury duty, would be the correct one. Like if we normalize abusing, which you know is abuse, you can't say you don't know this isn't crime. You can't say you also don't know from that Miss Casper for sure is being almost. I mean, we have it beyond a shadow of doubt at this point since we all can hear you. That is a problem also. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear them? Yeah. They sound gravelly like that in your back. Oh, wow. Yeah, they do. Which is horrible. 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 You have no idea. Well, he literally inspects the like crotch area with something like, I mean, the topography planing, and then the incredibly bad sexual abuse and assault with that thing. That's correct. I think it's a sex act. Yeah, he got that thing in. He started doing that in Las Vegas. I don't know how long he's had it, and good lord, yeah, it's a creepy. Last night there was more quilting with yesterday, all day yesterday. I was trying to like nap my way through it. It was more. It's Ed Gein's Meat Palace. Really, I mean, the whole thing is like it's not Man in the High Castle or the Turner Diaries. We got a bit of that here, and then we have. We might as well make Hitler the villain, really. Yeah. It's a lot of Ed Gein's schizophrenic to do. Oh, there's more things. He built this like playground. But he's also a Geppetto always. You're a Geppetto. He's also a Fagin and a gingerbread house. And all those other guys are gingerbread houses too. It's quite the story. The narration of Troll Wars. I can start another one. My Troll Wars. Just no. Oh, I don't know what I'm really. Yeah, he narrates this whole thing. Oh. Will you delete? It's Edgar's fault. No. I tried everything. You can't not let it hijack your day. But I mean, it just goes, is it ever going to end? There's this giant egret. Oh my god, it's so pretty. It's an egret. I gotta go over to mom and dad's house. Will you leave? Well, I just, I can't have you electrocuting me all the time. I can't have you stalking me all the time. I mean, all that's going on is like, these people are in the house over there, and they're on vacation. That's their hotel room at grandma's house, and that thing comes through the window. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it can get you on your cell phone. So once it's like, I think it does actually have to. I don't know if it can jump on other people's cell phones right away. It might be able to enough with the crowd body scanner, which is bad enough. Well, it just is. And then if he's interested in what he finds over there, he can jump on your cell phone. He can get on your internet and cell phone accounts. I believe, really, yeah. That's why if he worked on it and he needs to only be using his technology with a warrant, same as anything else. Correct. Or in the relation to the brief period of time when it's allowed to interact with the alleged pervy and then arrest them and then they. Like when somebody is doing something odd, that's all. When like Jeffrey Dahmer's victim escape, we are probably gonna have to, and they let Jeffrey Dahmer go. Well, they have to interact enough, but there's nothing. It's supposed to protect us, but there's not. They have to let him go immediately when there's nothing going on. He was underage. You're allowed to for him. That's a thing too. That's a predator, like wanting something to fall between the cracks, or uh, it's not supposed to be, but whatever. You're certainly a predator. Like everybody registered predatory noise and movement and called the police. And then there was something going on where the guy was not removed enough that there was still something miserable going on, and your mother was trying to buffer it. But Jesus, I mean, what am I supposed to do? So like, she called the police there too, multiple times. It was never conclusive whether SOB was caught. Everybody told you it was like the worst predator too out of law enforcement anytime they encountered it. Like overall. He's not well spoken here. Oh, and I mean, there's not like Jeffrey Dahmer was supposedly well spoken or could talk at all with all that. People think it's a conspiracy theorism. Serial killers are smart. You never know. The ones that make national TV and they're prolific. Isn't that like Ted Bundy? It was really weird, and Richard Ramirez was also. You said you were a troll. Like, actually, the trolls actually do that. He might be whatever people describe as a troll, because we are actually quite concerned, and maybe rightfully, though, like a ghoul. Well, Otis told a ghoul will actually grab a child if your children are out. And Albert Fish got them somewhere. Well, that's true. Like the city might have told you that a little bit more if you lived in Westchester or something. Amazingly enough, our kids can't get as far. They don't have cars. But the city children are like, peacefully bopping around with a paper whip and stuff. One, when Ed and Dean got, yeah, Albert Fish actually got one of the children. A child up in the other blocks, other blocks or something. Yeah. There's something really happening. Good Lord. No, otherwise, it's out there. I mean, we know enough, but goodness. The child's natural. You usually give the child back. No. Do what with the child? You don't usually need a child. They might have run off a long time. You can't run off. It's dangerous. Well, how weird is the environment actually? So like if something happens and you're there blaming your parents, my parents, and then we did all go into the police station and talk to them together. Like so doesn't it seem like we should all be waking up in the morning like now? Maybe darn your mom and dad. Darn your mom and dad. Why are my our families? My reminded of our mummies, dad and my schoolgirls. Because I agree, it seems like right today, because it's so bad, you're gonna need to get up in the morning and go to all year we're just getting this taken care of, because I can't live like this. It's progressed to this, and I told you, I was actually neighborhood pornography in Section Days for a lot of amount of time by, and I needed your backup because they were, okay, so I didn't support you in relation to the video file that was an employee at the school, which abused you. You're a pedophile priest, maybe you don't work it out too much. I told you, I really didn't want to go on that can't be careful. You dropped me off there. I'll see you drink. So, my mom. So I'm out of here. I don't know where the culture does that shit already. But my parents go and get how many police reports my parents have filed. And what about, oh, get my police reports too? I said that, of course, every single time, because all throughout the kidnapping, I would say, but I never, I am absolutely positive I did not do anything. I made no contact with this guy's, and he is some kind of, crackhead. And it is actually a crackhead or something, we're on handicap. Um, But I haven't seen the evidence in my case over and over, over and over. Every single time I talk to my mom, I talk to my dad, day one, get some evidence in the case. I said all throughout, you better believe the whole time, the second time, I'm like, the same thing. I get the evidence, blah, 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 every single time. I said, I didn't do anything. I'm not, and of course, every single person I've talked to, that's why he's tired of it. He gets, I don't think every single person I talk to, like the entire world, you're not the assailant, they didn't have a scratch on them, and but they're all throughout. So my parents just can't file a police report. They would not give my parents the evidence in the case. True. See how was he this time? How many times did my no? It wasn't just because like you had his core. Also, so, uh, so you're fine down there in not handicap. No. And you need these men removed from your house with all that, and we need to keep them off all the neighbors' houses. Hold on, I'm still gonna be focused. Oh, I get it. Excuse me! He just sexually assaulted the woman. Yeah, and I'm really gonna sexually assault her. I like to sexually assault her in front of her mother and father. Where is the disembodied voice of death coming from? Would you please get this man into custody? You could sit there and mixer and like move sound around and then just make it solid and then use whatever they're using to make noise inaudible. And then they're shouting into it. I can tell that really. I can tell a man is just shouting into the thing. Well, you're shouting him. I can tell he's shouting into it. It's actually supposed to be like a whisper or something weird. Really. Or man, it's just you'd probably use it. Uh, where is it coming from? Let's say right now on her. He wants to know where the device you've broken into, so you do stuff to mask the sound. Well, I want to molest the women and children instead. Aren't you child molester, beat women and kids and upper middle class families outed? You've been doing it for a very long time. You realize it's like a life in prison sentence or to the death chamber also. So what the hell this is? I have to go over to my parents' house because I'm going to be rude to my dad. Okay, I'm gonna leave it on when I go out because the in case somebody breaks out or something weird. Okay. He starts like he just sort of beats you up and electrocutes you so badly, you can't won't sit except in a chair, which is incredibly infuriating and uncomfortable. Then he's literally sexually assaulting you with that thing, which you're allegedly telling us, and then all we have to do is go and check and see, and whatever he's doing, because it's the same man sitting in the Carroll County area, correct, that apparently kidnapped you 15 years ago and has been stalking you ever since, which is a lot of time of this for these poor people, and the children apparently, it's an incredible amount of abuse and sexual abuse and stalking. I mean, you're going to have to be arrested right now, and whatever you brought into the community on the extremely surly, criminally offending, they're breaking the law. I don't know where there's a culture of it, but I mean, it was absolutely hideous. And as bad as possible on whatever happened here. So, both areas. I think you're not. That's why I just documented. I just wrote down what happened there. So did everybody else. And then I turned it into, because what I'm trying to do is find. It might not be the town law enforcement's job, but whenever I mean, I don't know what to find the perp in that. And maybe they tried farther and they met the same law I did. All prosecutors and law enforcement are supposed to find the proper office for you because they have to. That's the law. Because law enforcement, and when you obstruct justice, whatever you did with your whatever's going on with a culture of jurisdiction, since there is no actual law around jurisdiction past a sensible point, which is all there is. So therefore, everything you're doing is full of it. Or not even full of it. It's actually extremely nasty. It's very highest level criminal corruption. Not even this is why, it just is the case. There is no such thing legally as jurisdiction. There is such a thing legally as jurisdiction in a completely sane and practical and makes sense sort of way. As far as law, then there's such a thing as jurisdiction. There is not such a thing as jurisdiction to like obstruct justice. You could never use it to knowingly commit a crime, which you are. So, I mean, you actually all have to be, all of the men involved in this are going to be really hood. They're going to be very bad neighborhood men. I'm very surprised there's lots of guys practicing law that I don't think have any law degrees. I want to know where the men that are employed by the state with law degrees are. You can definitely get lawyers or something that work for the state also. Like, I can't imagine. He did with her case also, right? Well, I want to know why that's okay.
Well, you do that there. If they turn out to be out serial killers from hell, I wouldn't be that surprised. Also, you need to get the man neighborhood pornography on the tech when you catch it. What do you want to get? You need to get this group in law enforcement into prison because these men commit. There's a group of men that commit incredible amounts of crime on these devices, or there's men that are very similar, probably because they're a criminal element that comes from the same place. They appear to be having access to the stuff law enforcement, security, and maintenance personnel. Somewhere, I'm not sure, but there's like if you just had and they all, this is what a pedophile, like a to catch a predator of them looks like. That's a housebreaker. It appears to be housebreaking, casing the joint, and to catch a predator. But they're really bad. It attracts a sex offending element that maybe is pushed a more normal element. Oh. They're really rapacious on the thing. They're really pedophile. Pedo, incredibly badly sex offending pedophilically is what I remember people telling me about the thing situation. Apparently, it was so bad like this that whatever it's so bad that the rape device he's on now they've had in other areas than Raleigh. I'm absolutely positive. Whenever that rape device thing, which is really weird, but if it has something to do with truck grounding, and then it wandered over into law enforcement, but because of that, they figured out you can actually touch the human body with grounding more than we realize that because it's actually commonplace in trucking. So that the 90s, I've heard of sexual assaults all throughout the 90s with that thing that are so bad that women like just talk about them. Like if her friends had a glass of wine and was talking about like a rape ghost, they'll just start like, and then they say, I know it was something on the cell phone. Really. But I mean, it happened all the way back in 1996. We went and checked that kind of stuff. We were getting stalked so badly by some piece of shit. Everybody refers to your government employee somewhere sometimes growing up as like the filthiest men in old Japan and things in old Japan. No, everybody, they just do. They don't, when they think about it. They're like, no, that thing bogs. Yeah. I don't know. I got away from the domestic violence situation and my family got me away from it. I don't know, but yeah. Oh, I would maybe put my family like, but I'm not sure what they're navigating absolutely perfectly or navigating perfectly. You did not navigate this state crime issue, and this is people refer to this always as the state crime of our time. They're essentially, which we hear about all the time, and then you just hear about individual offenders. Um, I'm not sure. Hey, maybe you're handling it enough. There. With mental health? No, the person you're saying that to, actually, person with actual mental health illness has a totally different. They have a very different story. Really. Yeah, they're actually handicapped, so they're like intake at mental health. So like I could send you to jail. But maybe it doesn't actually apply to them. Well, that's why mental health. I don't know what that means. Well, you needed mental health. Your mama said that even they could once. But my mother said nothing about mental health. Well, I want to, I just want to say that to the Casper's female. That guy told me that, and I believe in what that guy tells me. Well, so you reported this every day to your law enforcement. I treated you like you were a 10-year-old. Ooh, I molest those also, to be honest with you. meet you at the storage locker. Okay. It's just like a different department. You'd make it enough. You'll make like counseling services that I don't know. It's not necessarily it's like court ordered. So it's not that way. It's just actually the dude's actually make it. So there's a weird criminal process there by someone. Yeah. Therapy for the non-handicapped. Using that's a school counselor, and then it's actually going to be like juvenile school officers. Yeah. Which they probably actually have those. Yeah. So you've never made special education? No. The doctor said there's nothing wrong with her. What is all that? I have no idea. Well, maybe you started shouting on that. Back talk to Huda is always called back. That's what it could be. I have no idea. Go ask the crazy man what it could be. Maybe it really just doesn't come from a vast conspiracy where sex perverts use mental health to interact enough to do something intake outtake. I mean, maybe you could actually slightly need a counselor who didn't quite step to pedophile that was somewhere around that was actually a really bad pedophile. In your case, it was either in a security office, which could have something to do with trucking. Yeah. Well, it could. It's somebody else, you're in a very wealthy area. That's correct. Both of them, right? It was probably a professional, like maintenance team. Yeah. That does security today in both areas. That does actually interact with law enforcement. That because there's this dirty culture of something involving men that don't want to be interacted with. But I mean, I don't know. If you do anything bad enough, it's the same as anywhere else you work. I work at a bank. That guy stole something. The bank took care of it, but it happens with whatever happens to men who steal something from the bank when they work. Because I mean, that's all that's going on. Well, why would he say mental health? We're not really sure. The guy actually you interact with a school counselor anyway, but like there's someone cruising around out of the school counselor's office that I think was the pedophile. My mother remembers who he was. You don't. I mean, I was kind of little. He was this viciously abusive that was dressed up in a Westworld costume. That he came in and he was fondling himself, viciously abusive, stalking, running, screaming, leaping. Had another three with him. One was a Chick-fil-A manager. We don't know why that was in here to get laid off. They come in out of state services. And we're interacting with one of the counselors was actually one of them, who was very strange. Okay. It really totally would, Okay. Well, you could have mental health other places, Lee. No, I said that I've never seen Singapore doesn't really have that kind of stuff. Well, they need our mental health guys. We think that's going to be your mental health guys. But that's actually the case. And then on top of that, and then I said on top of that, I had on top of that story, I haven't ever been arrested in over 18 years. I have to be arrested and court ordered to any kind of the state services. And we think that whatever comes out of that, it's sort of it's a tool of offending. I think what happens runs around high school too, and that's just state services. Otherwise, you have to be court ordered to those. Otherwise, you just go to sign you. And I never do anything, or nobody turns me in. While the handicapped kids, they actually handicapped. It comes in and it starts interacting with the handicaps.
That means you could be slightly handicapped. Okay, well, Asperger's got arrested once, as long as the other guy isn't stabbed badly or something. So the problem is the evidence is created. It's a lot of abuse in this. You're not allowed to be negligent to your children. You would be neglecting your duty, dereliction of duty and obstruction from justice. So I did not know. And then how was I forced to engage in this behavior? Because I am a completely law abiding person. You said that. What? The guy that spent all night narrating Ed Gein, my map of quilting with children are rape and eat, and then crushing it slowly in a trash compactor alive. All this other crazy stuff. Well, I dozed because I had no choice. I just finally had to sit down and fall asleep. Otherwise, I'm going around the house putting things away for the moving bin. Hi, Dad. Okay, what road is it on? VFW. No. Oh, did you email it to me or text it to me? Okay, so it comes up fine then as to where its location is. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dad. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay. I just got in the car and the thing immediately started like, no, it's fine. It can grow on your body and do it really badly. No, which is the cell phone. I'm just saying, like, the guy might have broken in because I can hear it coming from the bedroom talking about things faintly. Mm. Was that way you're not that worried? Because I'm like, I can see it. Yeah, it's and stuff like that. Like, you're so dirty, you would shave your legs with all this going on. Can you feel that? Yes. If your cell phone is anywhere in the house, he can grow on your body, or if it can get on the internet, or he I think he broke in and tossed his own cell phone in the wall. Right. Yeah. But for you to be able to hear them, it has to be there's a device somewhere in the bedroom he can get on. It could be the tablet because I just tossed the tablet and I forgot to like wrap it in for it. There's a tablet in there right now. It starts. I got sat down in the car. It started like doing vibrating as badly as possible. I'm 250% positive, and either I would be hallucinating something very strongly for absolutely no reason. That's actually a physical sensation to the extent that there's like no such thing as hallucinating that. Right? I don't think. I mean, you could do something. It's something, but I mean, I don't think I'm hallucinating. I don't know how hallucinations work, but there's no such thing as a hallucination like the one I'm having. That's not how hallucinations work. Positive. So it's a man sexually assaulting you with a vibration device. And I'm sitting there holding my phone with the body scanner because it says it can see your body. It's coming from the kitchen right now, we can tell. Really? What's in the kitchen? A voice activated microphone on your electronic tablet in the corner or something is upstairs. Oh, that he can activate even though it's like shut off to inaudible noise talk. Oh, which is just a slithering mass of men doing something hideously bad, which they're using an in progress police grounder to electrocute you to like this point, which should be unbearably painful. Which is what I said. It's hideously bad. We don't know if it's unbearably painful, but it's unbelievably bad. And he aims it directly at everyone's crotch, and he's got a massage therapy device hooked up to a police grounder, and he's electrocuting you and sexually assaulting you to the point of rape. It's an extremely bad rape device. Then these men, get off my crotch with that thing. Well, Tony, I get to use this a little bit in here. I'm allowed to do this in here. Okay, law enforcement is saying I'm allowed to do this in here. I committed acts of crime against yourself so incredibly, filthily bad every day. Out of my law enforcement in Wake County and Cary, North Carolina, since 2010 when I was kidnapped. You should see how many police reports my parents filed at the Wake County courthouse saying, and the like Fayetteville courthouse in Little Rock, all the different departments. Please get us our evidence in my case. The lawyer tried. We're surprised you managed to get this out of them with a Freedom of Information Act. They've decided again that Freedom of Information Acts don't really apply in stuff like this. What is that? I need this son of a bitch arrested out of your schizophrenic freak show of a legal system in Arkansas then. Well, he did so much crime. Get him off of my crotch and stop stroking it with that thing. Okay, it immediately started sexual assaulting me when I got in the car. So you end up walking around, putting away, yeah, it's like you're either standing or you're being like, or you're sitting down and it starts to, if you sit down, it immediately starts doing that also. It does a little bit of something when you stand, but it has trouble like sexual assaulting when you're moving. And I mean, there's just really nothing you can do except get away from it because it's electrocuting you. It's doing something that's hideously offensive, but actually the screaming is like, is because it's like stubbing your toe. It's hard not to yell about it.
I mean, it's incredibly hideous. These men need to be taken into custody right now for a gang rape, home invasion. That the stuff they do, they only ever committed crime with it. You have to inform the public that you have the ability. I don't want to do this. This is how I catch criminals. You're a criminal, which you can't be. You can't be the worst son of Sam ever. Also, if you're a criminal, I'll preach it, lady. That disgusting man has to be taken into custody. You can't bring criminals into communities. That's a criminal. That's a white trash. It's extremely weird. Or just, I mean, okay, the weird man did something over there. Well, it does and it is. That's a weird man. It's not doing something. Precisely. We need a little firmer on the guy sexually assaulting a fourth grader in that story. Like these guys, well, I came in here, he's in a truck depot in Zebulon, Arkansas, which is outside of Carroll County, Arkansas. He went from so he's in a new security office. Where is this man that people are paying him? The state is paying him? Or somebody's paying him so that So I went to work at Microsoft today and I spent 6 hours, I spent 24 hours with my friends. I'm not sure I'm not thinking this guy is he's just in a security office all the time in Carroll County, Arkansas. He comes to ours now to do his work, which is stalking you and these women and children. I don't know who, you need to call the police then, okay. That's a weird story. I cannot believe this man has been able to break the law. He's committed. It's very infuriating because the man is stroking your crotch right now. I'm very sorry. We'll try to figure it out of law enforcement in Raleigh to get this man into custody immediately again, so he's not doing this to you out of Arkansas. Arkansas needs to immediately get this perp that is sexually abusing you right now in custody. We've been called because this man, we were called all throughout. It says, we know this man is at large and he has to be taken into custody. Otherwise, he commits ungodly acts of stalking and sexual abuse on your internet account. We know this man. We couldn't believe you were taken into custody in relation to how many times we reported to in our area because it came out in court and we weren't the ones individually that reported it. They reported it once and it was shut down out of our area also. We need these men to stop obstructing justice so that we have a man that still has access to the law enforcement and security information in our area that is most open child. Do you realize we can hear it as clearly as you on that thing? Oh, so you can, yeah, everybody watching this, which is there's like millions of people. He's cut your phone line so badly. It's like the worst, phone line cutting possible. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, we're relaying messages. This man, he said, "Would you please get the gang rape 9 from Arkansas into custody, and you need to take the rest of the gang rape 9 into custody in Raleigh." This actually happens a lot, and they don't want to ever do so again. Because I have all these, because I have corrections workers going into this. This is nonsense. Going to work in law enforcement. Nothing against correction workers, but it's just nonsense. It's they can, but which part, it can be a rough, whatever. Oh, it's so unbearable. I'm just going to do that a little bit for her. So a little more before I go to prison. Those are my something. Where is that man right now, and why hasn't he been arrested already? Okay? You do owe these people damages for all this, not kidnapping for another year, and use of a mental health facility that would have nothing to do with Miss Casper's case. Normally, he said that's how she ended up in like this wing of something else over there. Oh, we have a prison area that just has a hospital in it. The woman had no charges again and had not, it came out, you informed your father, but we did not give any of the evidence we presented in court to him, and their father had enough evidence. He didn't need my evidence that I used to get her off of that. I actually gave them that. Neat. Oh, a Mr. Slithering psychopath of schizoid affective predatory dominance death. And I don't think that's what actually happened. It's just, why would you? They don't take people unless they're violent felons. They're out in the part he wanted to put her in. She would have been in a women's ward in a jail part, in the prison part of an Arkansas prison again. Well, he felt, what is that nutcase doing in all that? They need him out of office, and you need to stop stroking I'm seeing if I can stroke your crotch while you're standing. I need this freak in custody. They can hear it well enough. We can hear it almost as well as you can, it sounds like. But it's loud as heck. It's the stroking, it's the electrocution and the stroking at the same time. We think that's why he developed which is not, he likes that too, but nobody pays any attention to him otherwise. They just call the police. It's gotten louder too. I think they've gotten into like, why couldn't you get away when you reported a little again? Okay, the schizophrenic bull has gone crazy. Which I don't know that man. I just go get help from somebody else appropriately.
God. You guys get this monster out of my house already. You have no idea the absolute horror of homeless. And the absolute horror of how long my life has been this. Yeah, you're weird like that. I second that one. Well, this is such a weird situation. Did you recruit the prisoners? I'm on my phone. If the Nazis were also were actually like prison guards. Or the concentration camp guards. What's crossed my mind, for heaven's sakes? Like, if you're crazy. Got him off of me. He did it instead the whole way. As soon as I walked out the door. As soon as I walked out the door, he just kept whatever. All this. I'm so exhausted. Actually, you can see. I need to be able to sleep laying down. Okay. I don't know what to do. I slept laying down last night, but like, I don't know. Kinda. Maybe, yeah, I'm so exhausted. Try not to leap. You have to leap up in the air every time it like touches you when you lay down. Oh, it's absolutely hideous. Like, you have no idea how bad it is. Oh. It makes you so bad mad to be electrocuted. It makes you so bad to be electrocuted. So bad. So mad. Makes you so mad. It's very bad to be electrocuted also. It's extremely painful. Is there a reason you haven't died from as much of that as he's attacking you with almost? I agree. And what is it? Is it the car staller? He's grounding on my body? Like he's attached to some other. What is it he's attacking me, assaulting me with? Is it the car grounder? He's attached to something that it's the car staller. Like attached to something you attach my or attacking my body with. That's a lot of carrying on. The other person just said, please get the criminal out of my house again. He's the one, is he talking about lady part lips and assholes and bodily fluids? They're spraying. I'm showing it with him. At the other guy. There's girl action. Oh, I am done. Try not to. There's no actual other guy. It could be about another guy. He's been lips and assholing everything all day. I've shot at your friend too and I don't with him. Oh. Go help for help then, lady. But there's no lady. Wait, that's a child in this story. Does he have a child who's doing this too? There's no other guy. He said the female accomplice in this. Yeah, it was also poor grandma. Well, that's how they feel about whatever the offender does. It's probably an offender. It can be. Yeah. I don't know who's doing something somewhere. The thing that's actually, I think, has to be addressed for um, safety and other concerns, people's concerns with each other don't involve you. That's for sure. Oh, we can deal with the specifics here. A lot of things might not be just interactions that should not be in ways of determined to try. Well, maybe the other person is like, oh, there's a problem. Well, if they're that upset about it, were you electrocuting your crotches? That's probably why they're showing in here. They don't know. You're saying the same thing about somebody else in that. The woman would be a psychotic, really. That said that's because you stalk us for years. My parents and everything. That one was unbelievable. Everybody reported her. She got fired. But there was a pedophile for sure. Girl on girl action and a female accessory, accomplice or accessory that like wants to abuse with me. It's just like a common behavior in bad cycles. You're obviously severely diseased and defective. It's not a sign of like, it's like criminal bossy dominance that the predator wants to use to commit the crime. Like the male knows he's doing it. He thinks that's a friend who does it with him and it's fun. He may be planning to stop before it gets like, you know, out of control. He's just doing it a little bit. But the guy knows he's doing something. Are you sure? Yeah, if he knows he's doing it to like somebody who's really not doing anything. Maybe he thinks they are. Maybe the goody two shoes reports it or something. And yeah, he doesn't quite recognize what he's doing is bad. As bad as he thinks it is or something. Or that, you know, he has things to get done and like, you know, he's running. It won't be something like that. Well, he's running a gooch bar a little bit. Okay. So the other guy said no gooch bar at all. No, I know this is gooch bar. This is just how things are done a little bit. This is actually about something else. It's very nice and dull one. Yeah, like a not very nice different one. But a little bit. There's a gay one of those too. I think it's a crazy person of some sort. Yeah, it's a person that does not realize that he's the male is doing it. Usually we ask, but the woman needs to calm down. She can realize she's committing a crime and think it's fun. We just tried to like, I mean, we really know we're not supposed to like pull children into cars in Walmart by strangers. And this guy, you know, the woman's not as, sometimes she's not in that, I mean, she doesn't even like get past the point. Just like saying any weird hobo, you know, lady over there. I mean, that's a weird hobo. You really know you're not supposed to do that. But the male will have a female that's doing something with him. That woman's son, like really committed a psychopathic sexual crime against children. Excuse me. She had access. The people said don't go door to her house or something. Really insane. Really. That is very dangerous. So he got out of prison. No, he got out of prison. She had the same thing he had. That's true. Like you might know there could be someone in your life, but I mean, as a child, it's difficult. Your parents are actually the responsible parties. Something happens. That's correct. Is it like saying, they're not responsible? You should be able to call 911 to a safe place and it should be stopped if it's against the law. It certainly isn't here. He got out of prison. He was mad about it. I just like it. How old was he at the time? I don't know. He might have known somebody that he was the one unfortunate case. It's just you don't. There are people that can do stuff like that. Well, like ours don't have. That's why I don't know. They will use the same person that does things for years too, and like you would almost think the level of hysterical running and screaming. I mean, no, it's totally different when you're a child. You just no. I turned in my work all very well. I had good grades as a kid. What the PDO in the schools? Yeah, the one that is I wasn't the runner leaper jumper very well. And but there's a lot of that around because it's a school. Really, I could run jumper leapers very well. Child big adults and all that. The predators and the word work were like right there again. I would agree. People called and called about whatever that was today. So it was something out of Tallahassee State Services in Boca Raton that had wandered over from the high school that they were saying no to. That's correct, but like the school counselor was creepy. And doing something to the girl. I don't know what. But I said I remember accelerated classes and stuff like that. Which would make sense. It was like, that's what my mother said. I didn't know about that. Also, I'm not sure it's necessary. I mean, if you were yelling at us about turning in all our homework earlier, because there's a lot. It's actually, pretty rigorous. We're in Boca Raton, geniuses. My accelerated classes at Harvard. This is one of the best schools. That guy was creepy and a little. There might have been other reasons that was a good school. Mr. Hideous in it. Really, he did something weird. My mother and I did something with it that where it was okay. And that means there was a hideous something right here. I had my mother and I had, and that's a problem. I think that was as best he could do with it, given the situation. We said no to interacting with it. Just, I like pretty girls over here. No, stuff in nail. I didn't do anything at all here. And I mean, just because you did something at all, you work in a jail, that's kind of nonsense talk. When you work in a court, that doesn't mean we have to write the prisoners. Well, you didn't go for the guy that smells really bad. It's kind of not very nice insane people that nobody really knows. Like we got a guy that's somewhere in the social circle, or what, a psychopath? Yeah, it's psychopathic behavior. Do you really know you're not supposed to? It's antisocial predatory disorder too. There's other stuff people could be doing that's exploitative that they've developed. Like there can be even a company or something around this stuff if there's money. Their businesses. We got out of prison. I actually remember that story. We got out and he immediately went to fourth grade learning or something. It was like a 5-year-old. They molested a 5-year-old. The thing was like, really, she's just hanging around the school and they hated her. I don't know. He went to like Florida Penn. Yeah, like he really did something. He was a psychotic. I actually remember that. Like, I just remember that. She was so weird too. Like there was nothing. Usually, like being a well-behaved, pretty nice little girl. Like, I mean, I don't do anything, and then there's sort of ding-dongy children that run around screaming and cuss her. Oh, so I mean, the teachers all like me a lot. Yeah. The nice female teacher like me. You gotta work too. Okay. Big, fish pond. But I turned in all my homework. Hideous Mr. Sexual Assault. Oh, what is he doing? Where is Edgine? Well, yeah. The hell am I talking about? I'm not sure. Has he ever worked in meat packers? What would do I like? I don't know. I have leg. Like that's never been down there before either, or anywhere part of the body. Where's that? Lips and assholes and hot dogs. Look, but it's like it's in meat. Or it's meat like. Well, it's in meat packers and Jeffrey Dahmer. We've done that to animals. It's like, can you please get this monster out of my house? That probably didn't go to school. How badly are these guys really actually sexifying those here? That could get good. I know. That's just like, there's no need to talk about everything anyway, everywhere or something. It's just you're not going to change it, and it's weird that these men are such pedophiles. Or they're so like ridiculous. Okay, so no Gainesville school services. That was just a school service. It was like the school council. Or something coming out of the school counselor's office. But it was really a pedophile. I thought, and I don't know, it wasn't Epstein. It was too white trash. And it was too white trash. No, sure. It was real ethnic. Like we haven't seen, I'm not sure we've ever seen that exactly what he did. It was real ethnic. I was wearing a Westworld costume. Well, they could say mental health. Well, that's the school counselor, or that's not mental health? I was wondering if you need mental health. I don't know. They actually were wondering if I those school counselors just right there. They were real creepy. There was a pedophile runner on a squad of something that looked hideous. And it wasn't actually a pedophile. Could have been Epstein. I don't, it didn't look like any, it looked like it was from, like, Crackhead Planet. Like, it just didn't. It's a terrible thing to say about the African American bail bondsman, but, like, I don't know. Like that, I can't place that. I can place that on the bail bondsman. This thing looked like it was like carbon dated. Yeah, but for like something that exists. So they were old men that were pedophiles? No, they were a lot of times they were kind of men in their like 40s that were crazy. It seemed like they were coming from like like around here. They Zeke the Gator. Yeah, it's creepy. Creepy. They had something with a list that was scary. They did appear up. Apparently, they really molested boys. We think on yours. So I did see that. Oh, we've encountered the thing you're on here and there. The human race, maybe in America. The human race. They put something like in something too. Like, yeah, I've heard this story. Like, it's true. Like, motels down by the beach. Yeah, I've heard like the Love Motel had something going on. Really, we thought the bed might be vibrating, and then it followed us into the toilet kind of stuff. Yeah, and people talking. It's like hideous or something. It's like electronic sexual assault is going on in there. Yeah, that's absolutely hideous. Yeah. He started. I'm really sorry. I meant Millis with Greenback. And it's all American and everything. So there's no doubt it wasn't me. It was a pedophile. It was horrible. There was a pedophile break and positive. They let me okay in there. I don't know if they'll like you. I'm not the handicapped one. No. There's gonna be like all sorts of stuff everywhere. There just wasn't one in Raleigh. I had a second Raleigh. Well, reasonably sedate where I was, and heck knows what it's doing in other places. They definitely have one downtown in Boulder, there we think, area. Or something that I never met the sexual assault place. I ended up trying to think Denver, maybe really, yeah. Like, I'm not sure. You just go into like the bathroom at a club, and there could be like a microphone somewhere. I remember one saying something like that. I've never heard a voice in my life to really, yeah. Oh, I've never heard a voice in my life. It's so inaudible. You kind of just think you might have thought it. Really, if I knew what, and something strokes or consciously pee or something. Yeah. Oh, that one feels like stroking. It's hideous. I cannot imagine. It's a vibration device. Get out of the club then. I agree. No, it's apparently people so weird it'll find you. Yeah, when your boyfriend home. Oh. Well, they will. It could be another sexual assault. So the guys are definitely the same as you, which they're out really, and they are they're the same as you. They're the same guys that do that. Are doing this. If there's like an organized, if it's a certain kind of law enforcement, but yeah, you gotta get these things. They're absolutely hideous. They do this everywhere they are. They sometimes don't have the sexual assault of us. They're doing something with. Or maybe I just didn't like wherever I was, it didn't like, and they don't always use it, or whatever. You need for special you could hear too. There are these guys who have heard voices. I hear this before coming from the television or the cell phone or rarely, but I'm absolutely positive that like, oh, I've seen it on the internet. You kind of know when they're stalking you. There's a incredibly hideous bunch of men stalking you. You need to figure out whoever's group this is that does this, because no, they're definitely other. Like they're, you know, they're. You need to get the filthy men off of the stalker app for cell phones and stuff. Because it's incredibly dangerous. The thing sounds like you're having interact with these men without their violent rape truck driver. Sometimes there just isn't a violent rape truck driver where you are. Or they picked it up so newly in Las Vegas. How are these guys know that they have a violent rape truck driver? It's more or less all of them everywhere. It's not anybody I knew in like, I don't think. Oh. They commit like sexual assault. Yeah, there is a profile. You just rape and rape and rape and nothing. What was there on the night? Dawn versus the first or something? Yeah. Something that rapes will rape and rape and rape on the thing. That's correct. Like my mom calls the cops right away when I was a kid. It'll rape children like crazy. So everybody else is. So they might actually go away. You know, let me move or something. A lot of times the family wants to move whenever they're on rentals. Well, I was saying it's Dawn versus the first, and then mom's like, "What the heck?" No. And there's a man where? I'm finding the place. Somewhere. On your cell phone outside. On the security officer or something. I'm calling ADT. I'm still rapist on tech. I don't know. You can whisper like that. Do your revolt. Okay, we're taking yourself very seriously. You need to calm down. You're going to end up in prison. Blame the police. They're a hideous offender in town. They make urban legend, and then the problem is the damn things are. But they're a player as far as incredibly bad crime in good community. You need to get the group and the groups that do this, or the groups that do this, whatever it's all. However they're doing it, they've done it for a long time. He says everybody's saying on the phone. That's correct. act like them. Oh, no, it's could be the same group. I can't imagine, but he taught. What groups are you affiliated with? Like out of that thing is like always no. It's American. That thing is always the worst pedo in old Japan. Well, hey, old Japan doesn't want that. It's the no. It's the worst pedophile in New York City. Well, when you find out our own children in that, well, I want to. In the story. Um, Stop fondling my crotch with it. Oh, I'm positive. I'm not exaggerating on anything. No, if the most degenerate problem one, it's more like that. It's getting into a law enforcement office and using law enforcement tech. Everybody's like, as a partner, my mom and dad did. It was hard to tell though because it had something to do with the heavy breather. And boy, was that I just why I think that. That was a degenerate, really scary handicap. I mean, they're that's not a heavy breather. Yeah, it's creepy. Would you get him out of here? Out of my house so I can take a nap? I'm going to bed at 8:30 because the moving men are coming in the house at 8 o'clock. Get off my body. Would you please stop stalking? So he stalks every single move. Yeah. Could you mind not? I mean, they can technically possess him. It's incredibly evil. It's the most evil thing anybody ever did on someone. The incredible amount of the absolute horror of it. You need to please get my perps into custody. Uh, um, I need the man. That's none of your concern. But yeah, you don't need damages. If you technically legally owe me damages, there's no argument with it. There's been no argument with all of it all along. That's the problem. Which is why I said you can't falsify evidence. You can't create evidence because your shit's breaking. Oh my gosh. That's all it was. Well, if it turns out the evidence is completely created, which it has and it is, then I don't really understand. Then somebody verified it as to is there anything else? What actually happened? You just find out all the facts and that's it. No. And when he's gonna say something so filthy that no man has ever seen before. It's true. They have, but it's on the same level. Hold on. I'm almost at her bleep a bleep with her there. Oh yeah, that's what it's doing. He's talking about like a child he's assaulting somewhere. Who might not even know he's there. You can get on like or it's like the same children he goes back to that he's like done enough stuff that he has like that's the problem with him having been in Cary as long as he has. That's why they need all these men into custody. Because he's been and you allowed him in Cary and he might have we may have felt the presence of pure pedophilic evil on him. All time. No, it's not feeling the presence. You're louder than spit. You're a total and quick pedophile. Quite the presence there, bub. Yeah. He likes like well, there might be a sex club here. There's like a culture of it. I always do that. Always say, yes, children. You can't stop me. That makes me so mad that actually I'm with another lady's bleep parts. Oh. Hey, Cujo, I think. Boot. Oh, that gets you hot. And then he stopped doing that, lady. I didn't know that's wrong. And then it gets people hot when I tell them about because that pornography about children. It was pornography about putting somebody on a meat grinder. And I guess they were naked for it. So a family in a meat grinder yesterday. That was a trash compactor where they were squished alive, and he's gonna generate this like image with his mind's anus or something. I'm glad he narrated the whole map with all the children, with all the people in the meat grinder. Somebody actually needs to go check for people in a meat grinder to me. It was so bad. They need to get this monster because he also does that thing. Oh, he does that all concert, but he does that which is hideous.